Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, depending on where you're at in the world. I want to welcome every single person here tuning in and about to tune in to this historic event, to episode 22 of the City of Impact. Um, First and foremost, I want to apologize to all the listeners uh, for running late, but even though I'm running late, I'm happy to report to every single person that's tuning in anticipation that today you're not going to be disappointed because we are anticipating today the arrival on this episode 22 of the City of Impact, the former JTV World Heavyweight Champion, the super athlete, the trophy were the two monikers in which he marketed himself and prided himself for the years that he was in JTV wrestling. Um, and a lot of people have been in anticipation for this episode. So I'm letting this thing build up. We're trying to gather everything up. DRASCAL is going to join us here momentarily. For those who remember him and for those who don't know him. So this is going to be a momentous occasion. I see John Skinner in the comments. I want to thank him for being ready to go. We're still gathering, getting everybody together. Um, and we are live on air. So I want to do some quick testing just to make sure that I'm being heard. For whoever's tuning into this show right now, can you hear me? Let me know. Letting the room fill up. I'm going to let the room fill up as I gather my questions, make sure everything is good. I mean, I could probably go off of my mind with this specific episode, but I still want to try to have my questions jolted down so that we can be good to go. Everything is on the run right now, but we're going to be kicking this thing off momentarily. I got an opportunity to talk to DRASCAL a little bit before we came on the air. Thank God. Uh, I came in rather later than I wanted, but still here, still ready to go, still ready for action, and still trying to get everything together. Now I know there are a lot of people hitting me up, not just about this show, but also personal questions and whatnot. The anticipation continues to build and whatnot. So we have uh, this opportunity here today to get this right once and for all. And the way some of this is going to work is, you know, addressing the elephant in the room, plain and simple, is how we plan to keep it. He's going to be himself. I'm going to be myself. I mean, our characters are definitely going to intertwine here today. There's no question about that. You know what I mean? It's been 6 years since DRASCAL and I have had contact. Okay. And 6 years is a long time. 6 years is a very long time to go into a situation with a human being in which you guys have hatred for each other, resentment for each other. Um, I don't know that he hates me, and I don't know that he's hated me. Today we're gonna find out. It's not gonna be from me. It's not gonna be me telling you. It's gonna be me telling you my side, and he gets the opportunity to defend himself and say his side of the story, speak his side, speak his mind, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're doing this live, because nobody can run, nobody can hide. We can be honest with each other, and we can answer your questions directly, questions that you may have from the 6 years of us having this falling out. Okay. Um, And of course, I'm still looking for my damn questions, and I'm still getting it together. I'm still trying to let everybody join the room. Y'all make sure y'all come in here. Y'all smash that like button. Smash that like button for sure. And tell everybody we're live. Some people, I mean, it's the weekend. Some people are still stuck to the bed. It is early. So we're trying to get this together, get the ball rolling. And I'm going to kick this thing off. Momentarily, I'm going to kick this thing off and I'm going to open this thing up. Topic, subject, everything. Crack this thing wide open. And I'm going to give you guys my side on things. And I want this to be very, very understood because I know this link is going to be shared later on. Things like that are going to happen. The reason why I'm going to have to speak about other individuals in this conversation, excuse me a moment. The reason why I'm going to have to speak about other individuals during this podcast, this interview show, whatever you want to call it, is because there are other individuals that were involved in the falling out of myself and DRASCAL. And a lot of that really needs to come to life. It's something that I believe me and DRASCAL absolutely need to put behind us and move on from. Uh, I'm not going to speak for him, but in terms of myself, I'm ready to fucking move on. There's at this point in my life, there's no doubt in my mind now, after talking with him again and stuff like that, that I feel comfortable and ready to just kind of move on. I'm kind of tired of it. You know, it's just been a long time. It's been an arsenal of things that have occurred that didn't necessarily need it to happen. Okay, so I got my questions, and I'm just about to start momentarily. Okay, I'm just gonna message myself really quickly so I have the information ready to go, and we should be good. I'm gonna check the room momentarily. I'm gonna have Facebook open if you want to contact me on Kevin Impact. Um, we're not just gonna be in here talking, him and I. We're also gonna be taking questions from all you guys, the listeners, and anyone and everyone that has ever had any curiosity about what exactly happened with myself and DRASCAL specifically. But like I said, there might be other individuals who might come into the story because our falling out has to do with other people. Okay, so there is a question that I see in the comment section that I'm not going to highlight just yet. I'm going to save it for later. I'm going to save this question for later, and then we're going to come back to it. Okay, we're going to come back to this question. We're going to circle around. There's still people gathering up. Okay, so let me just make sure that I share this show. I mean, the show's shared all over the place, so there's going to be people that's going to join in now, people that's going to join in later. But and I'm getting hit up, of course. Inbox is getting spam, but we're going to try to do this the right way. Okay, so um, as I take a moment to kind of prepare mentally for this conversation and to prepare to talk about these things, this is something that, as a lot of you who tune into this and watch this show know, that even though I take my shots from time to time here at the commentary booth during the wrestling shows, I mean, wherever I can, and I take justified shots because the shots that I take have always been justified according to how I was treated and things that were done to me that I didn't deserve, in my opinion. Um, I'm not just going to come on here and talk about people. I'm also going to come on here and talk about myself. I'm going to put myself also into the fire. So I'm not just coming on here to bash anybody and stuff like that. I'm also coming on here to put myself and question myself and tell you my side of the shit that I did, whatever I may have done to have caused the issues or whatnot. Okay. So, um, the first thing I think I want to say is that ever since I met DRASCAL back in 2K15 or 2015, 2014, the end of 2014, I met DRASCAL, and DRASCAL joined the pro wrestling circuit for WWE 2K14. And at the time, during that time, what was going on in JTV is that we were on communications. There was none of this YouTube bullshit. We didn't have this platform. Nothing like that was going on. And Draskell was a young kid. To me, Draskell's still a young kid, but he's a grown man. You know what I mean? This motherfucker's got a tattoo on his face now. Uh, with us, even with us having our falling out, um, there's been times I tried to look him up. You know, I've seen pictures of him with the tattoo and him being a grown ass man and him bulking up. And even with the shit we was going through, I still smiled all through it because it was nice to see, you know, that he had become a man, and that's how I felt. And I hated the fact that there was a falling out with me and him because it never needed to happen. I never wanted nothing like that to happen. I fell in love with him and I fell in love with Jason Hudson, which were two of my constants. Love the life out of both of those two kids. Loved them. They meant a lot to me, not just in JTV as friendship. For those that know me, I'm not gonna come on here and bullshit and blow smoke up somebody's fucking ass unless I mean it. Okay. There's people in JTV that tell me they love me and it's not true. They just use me for JTV. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because I'm mature enough to understand how that works. So we have no issue. If it's all business, we have no issue. But just don't tell me you love me. Don't tell me we're friends. Don't tell me we're family. You know what I mean? Just keep it all fucking business. You know? But if you love me and we're family and we get along, you have to understand that I cherish our relationship. It means something to me. And when I grow a bond with people in JTV, it's real to me. It's it's something that I cherish that means a lot to me. And I'm on air saying that there's been a lot of people in JTV that meant even more to me than my own family. You know what I mean? And it's not taking a shot at my family or nothing like that. It's just that that's just what I've felt over the years. You know what I mean? I grew close to a lot of people that meant a lot to me. So it was never my intention to come into CAW and to call and have and create any fucking drama or have any problem with anybody or anything like that, or to make anybody's life a miserable hell, nothing like that. I didn't get into this shit for that. I got into this shit because I wanted to tell stories. I wanted to do something special, create a community for people that can be engaging and they can be a part of, and that I construct this artistic lineage and this world that I wanted to present to your world because a lot of people like to get away. Me, I don't get into call just like a lot of you. I'm not into call for fucking drama. I'm into call to make JTV films, to make wrestling shows, to create beautiful memories, to be able to tell these stories. Like I said, that's why I've always been into this shit. There's been a lot of people who have lied to me time and time again. Oh, let me make sure. Give me one moment, real quick. Yeah, I'm getting a phone call right now. I just want to make sure I let people know I'm live. If you don't know I'm live, folks. Don't be calling me, okay? All right. So, um, in my continuation of this, everybody continues to join the comment section and whatnot. We're going in and out. Uh, I'm getting sent a promo right while we're live on air. We're getting sent a promo. Okay, I don't want to get distracted. Okay, uh, for the individual that's hitting me up right now, if you're tuning into this, because I just sent you the link, we're live on air. We're working on this right now. I will get back to you. No problem. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, uh, okay, there he is right there, my man. Shout out to you, Gage. Yes, sir. We, I'm gonna take care of your stuff real soon, man. We're gonna talk real soon. Right now, I'm running this show, and I want to. I forgot to say I want to welcome everybody to the city, but let me go ahead and continue, okay? So, because I don't want to get lost. I never wanted there to be any issues, and I've said about as much from that as I feel I would need to say. If I feel I need to say more to that, I will. But I'm going to go back. In late 2014, I met Drascal. Drascal came to JTV, and I met him, and I got to know him. I don't remember exactly how I met him. I don't know if I contacted him, if he contacted me. Maybe he remembers better than I do. But when I met him, I felt like it was a blessing. And when I met Drascal, I already knew Jason Hudson, and those two kind of went together like peanut butter and jelly for me. And they still talk, which, despite the fact that me and Jason Hudson have had our falling out and stuff like that, I'm very happy to hear that both of them still talk. That makes me smile. You know what I mean? And even though I got the opportunity to talk to Jason Hudson a little over 2 years ago and make peace with him and stuff like that, and I think it could have went better. I think that I got very, very uncomfortable when Hudson brought up, both of us talked about one of my previous relationships and stuff like that. I got very uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Ari was there, Lowrider was there, Hudson was there, and I had already made my peace with Lowrider and Ari. I came to make my peace with Hudson. Hudson apologized to me. I apologized to him just because of hardship, just because of whatever my actions were that caused distress within the JTV community and whatnot and made them uncomfortable. Um, and he apologized to me for the things that he had done to me that I didn't really deserve for him to do to me. You know what I mean? But I wanted to move on from the shit. And it's really what I chose to do. Wanted to make peace with him. Uh, and I was hoping, my hope was that me and him was going to be able to make peace, whatever, and that we can be in some sort of communication with each other. Me and Jason Hudson have not talked ever since we had that meeting with Arian Lowe. I think it's very unfortunate. I tried to make the effort um, after the things he did to me that I didn't really necessarily deserve. And he doesn't want to have nothing to do with me, nothing to do with us. So I have no reason to believe that we're ever going to hear from him and that he's ever going to be a guest on this show. Even though I would like to have him, I'll put that out there. So all of you guys that talk to Hudson, I mean, if it becomes his interest to come on here and say his side, uh, he could do that as well. I mean, I think he probably feels like, from what I was told, he kind of wanted to move on and didn't want to dwell and kind of the same stuff. But to me, it's just like, I love that dude. And to me, it's not dwelling. To me, it's important. And that's the reason I'm taking time today to bring DRASCAL on here and talk with him, because it is important to me. You know what I mean? Uh, I'm bringing Hudson up because Hudson is tied into our story, and we're going to go back to that later. You know what I mean? But I put him and DRASCAL together. And when I met those guys in late, I knew Hudson since about 2012. He was one of my cameramen on PlayStation Home. And 2 years later, I met DRASCAL, and DRASCAL was brought into JTV, and there was a really great moment that I had on PlayStation Home with DRASCAL and Conville Wolf, in which Conville game cap. And when he told me about a game capture, if you don't know what that is, a game capture is a device that allows you to record a video game and to be able to stream it. What's going on, Nick? Thanks for checking in. So um, it became something that it was almost like steps to create something very legendary. You know what I mean? Because I thought we were done after about 2K14. I thought we were done. We went into 2015, and I was getting DRASCAL ready and Hudson and all these guys for a big debut, because Me and Lowrider had came up with Next Gen, but Next Gen was an off-air kind of thing. It was like a training facility kind of thing. It wasn't really something that became a show on YouTube or nothing like that just yet. Okay, even though we had had several episodes on community creations, we did. So the first Next Gen that's on YouTube on this channel, it's not the first Next Gen in time. It isn't. It's probably like the first episode on this channel is probably like maybe the fifth or sixth episode of Next Gen, and that's the truth. And DRASCAL could tell you that if he remembers, because we had all that shit going on back in the day. So he was a part of a lot of important moments that happened for me early on. You know what I mean? And as I got to know him, I don't know if he's gonna get mad at me when he comes on the air because I'm gonna say this, but I developed a small relationship with DRASCAL's mom in which we talked, and I was very hurt about several things she told me, good and bad. You know what I mean? The good things that she was telling me that touched my heart was that I found out later on that I almost became like sort of a father figure to DRASCAL. I don't know if Hudson got that same vibe from me once upon a time, but and he could correct me if I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? Maybe his mom made it up. I don't know. I believe her though. I believe that he felt that once upon a time, and if it bothers him that I say that, I apologize. But I took a lot of responsibility for that. I took so much responsibility for that that when the POW stuff came on and Wolf decided to jump ship, it really hurt me that I had to come to DRASCAL and have that come to Jesus conversation. You know what I mean? It was very hard, and it just sucked for me. And we're gonna go back to that, later on. But when I got to know him, I fell in love with him. You know what I mean? He was like a little brother or a son. It was a gift. Same with him and Hudson, and they were great. I thought everything was fantastic. Those two guys to this day, as I've said often in this channel, even while he's been away, that Hudson and DRASCAL made Next Gen. Shendon took Next Gen to the next level after those guys stepped out the room. But DRASCAL and Hudson were the two guys that took Next Gen and was like, okay, so this is what? Rematch, two promo segment show. We're going to change that. This is now going to be a competitor for Mega Rush. This is now going to be a main show. This is not going to be a big show. And they did a lot. Pay-per-views and events and all this other stuff. They did a lot for that promotion. And as a result of that, was able to incorporate rhythm into the careers of Marcus Holloway, Jada Nix, Mark Bennon. I mean, everybody Next Gen. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter if DRASCAL walks off of here today. He walks off the show and he tells me I'm a piece of shit again, and says he never wants to talk to me again. He hates my guts. However, this turns out today, right? It's not going to change the fact that I'm always going to appreciate him and Jason Hudson for being the two guys that put Next Gen on the map, and two individuals who enter my life, and I cherish my time with them. My time, even if I don't get to talk to DRASCAL again, I don't get to talk to Hudson again. I'm always going to think about them. I'm always going to think about the relationship that we fucking had. You know what I mean? Uh, I've said time and time again, and I'll say it again, that I do miss Hudson. It would be nice to connect again. I think this time we should probably talk alone, just me and him, private. Uh, that's up to him. You know what I'm saying? But I'm extending the olive branch. I had invited him back to the community during the meeting that we had, and I believe that he took it as if I was asking him to come back to JTV, and that was not it. The olive branch was to potentially me and him talk again, but I think I said it the wrong way. So there's interest for me to talk, and when I say talk, I mean, we should probably have one more conversation, just me and him. And I feel like it can't have nothing to do with no JTV. You know what I mean? This is about the same reason I'm here to talk to DRASCAL today. We may be on a JTV platform, but I'm not here for that shit. The only reason I'm on a JTV telecast with DRASCAL is because this gives us an opportunity to talk about how we feel, to take questions, and to tell our side of the story, how we felt, what we had to go through, because he went through things as well. that I didn't like that I was putting him in that position. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna guilt myself and fault myself for whatever I had put him in, and I'm also gonna call him out on the shit that him and other people put me through. But I can't fault him for the decisions other people made, if that makes sense. You see what I mean? So it's kind of one of those things, and that's the reason why we got to go step by step with this. And again, I want to thank everybody that's in the comments and whatnot, and I hope that me and him can do this like men. I hope so, that we can handle this the right way today. So we've been on the air for 26 minutes momentarily. I'm going to bring out DRASCAL, bring him on air, and we're going to get the opportunity to chop it up. But I hate the way we have had two falling outs, and I'm very happy and excited today that not only do I get to speak freely with him, but I get to also try to put this in the past and try to move on and try to bury. I'm here to bury this today. I'm here to bury this thing if he wants to do it, you know? So we're not coming on here to argue. We're not coming on here to fight. I know people are waiting for Kevin Impact statements and whatnot. There may be some of that, but I'm not here necessarily for that. I'm here for peace. I'm here for all the fucking right reasons. All right. I'm an old man. I've taken a lot of time to analyze a lot of things and to put myself in check. So I'm also here to confront myself as well. All right. So he meant a lot to me as a friend, as a family member. I consider DRASCAL a family member to me for many, many years. I with things that have happened and the conversation that I had with him a little over a month ago, I really get the feeling that he doesn't give a shit about how I feel. Maybe I'm wrong. We're gonna find out momentarily how he feels, take his side and whatnot. But you know, DRASCAL has expressed interest in coming back to JTV Wrestling. And I hear that, but that's not my first thought. If DRASCAL was a fucking piece of meat to me and I was so fucking desperate, it would be no problem for me to tell DRASCAL, sure, come right back. You know, we would love to have you. That's not the case. I don't want to work with anyone in JTV that I have an issue with that is just here to leech off of me. I want to work with people that want to be a part of something special and that have a special connection with me. So if it ever happens that DRASCAL is given the blessing from all of you guys, the JTV people who are really going to get the opportunity to take a close look at him today and myself as well, I want the possibility that me and him can get it right. And DRASCAL said different things when we met that we're also going to get to during this meeting. And one of those things is just that it's going to take time with me and him. But I think that we're on the right step doing what we're doing it like this. You know what I mean? So I can go on into this story on and on and on, but I don't want to keep our guests waiting too much longer neither. And I don't want to keep you guys waiting too much longer neither in anticipation for his arrival on here. There are a lot of things we have to clear up. There are a lot of things that I felt. There's a lot of things that we went through. There's a lot of things that we put some of you guys through. And we're going to take the opportunity to also analyze that as well. It's a lot of things we have to talk about. I have a lot of questions, good and bad, for DRASCAL on there. I'm sure he has questions for me, and I'm sure he'll be more than happy to answer your questions and say how he feels. Okay? So I think that as we now officially hit the 30-minute mark on this show, we're going to take the time to go ahead and let me put this comment on the screen real quick before I bring DRASCAL out. Jada Nix, we're going to talk about him. We're going to talk about him during this meeting. Jada Nix is in the comments, and DRASCAL can't hear me because he's backstage. Jada Nix is saying, please, God, it says, please, great God, Kevin Impact, bring back DRASCAL for the love of JTV. I agree. I agree. I think that DRASCAL should have never been gone to begin with. You know what I'm saying? DRASCAL should be here. Jason Hudson should be here. SYM should be here. King Wolf should be here. Chris Morales should be here. There's a lot of people that should be here, but they're not. I don't know what happened with Chris. Chris never told me. I assume what happened with Wolf was he wanted the JTV Heavyweight Championship and wanted DRASCAL to put him over at Ultimate Showdown 4, and I wouldn't do it. We'll get to that as well. There's a lot of different reasons. And then there's SYM. I'm going to get to him as well during this meeting. You know, without further ado, so we can go into the mix. You know, obviously, Jada Nix is someone voting in favor of DRASCAL, and it's something else we're going to talk about, like I said. So we're going to take that off of there, and we're going to go ahead and take this time. Uh, Here's a nice comment from John Skinner, 2 generations right now. The game changer, BKS member John Skinner says, I wouldn't mind fighting DRASCAL if he came back. It's a dream match. Sure, it's a dream match, 2 generations. But with 10 people tuning in, I'm going to take this time right now, folks. It's time. It's time to bring him in. It's time for DRASCAL to join us here and for us to do this thing. So smash that like button, leave your comments, how you feel. Here he comes. I'd like to welcome to episode 22 of the City of Impact. I'd like to welcome to the stage the one and only DRASCAL. Welcome to the show, man.
How y'all doing?
What's going on, buddy? It's good to hear from you again. I know we talked over a month ago. It's good to have you.
It's good to be again. I can't even speak. Good to be on here. Good to be back. I
It's good
do
to
I obviously have a question first. I'm looking
salute.
at these comments and I don't know who half these people are.
That's not a problem. Don't worry about that. You know what I mean? You have to understand, and this is the reason why I've been telling a lot of people to tell each other that they love each other, make peace, and make amends, and all this stuff, and try to cherish the friendships you have with each other because JTV is special. JTV was not a toxic place. JTV was not an evil place, manipulative place. It's supposed to be a wonderful. This is supposed to be like Disney for your imagination. So the fact that we had a falling out, it almost doesn't matter because time swallows it. At the end of the day, what people are going to remember, DRASCAL, is what did we do here today? How did we handle our falling out? You know what I mean? And when JTV ends, and we are close to that chapter, close to the end of JTV. When it ends, I want people to look back and say, "Hey, it's beautiful that DRASCAL and Impact got it right. They made peace. What a nice ending to that situation." And
Of
that's
course.
part of the reason, that's part of the reason I'm here. Go ahead.
No, I just said of course.
Okay, can y'all hear him? Let me know if y'all can hear him clearly. This thing is clear, so they should hear you, but I want to make
I'm
sure.
glad there's no echo.
No, ain't no echo on here. Let me know if y'all can hear him, and I'll continue. Okay,
I see
Danny
Mark
James,
Bannon. What's up, Mark Bannon?
Mark
I
Bannon in
remember
the
you.
comment. He remembers you, Mark. It says, "Yeah, I can hear him." Okay, we got Amber in the comments. You know, she brought you. A lot of people are bringing you up. That's the point I'm trying to say. That uh, just because you don't know them, it doesn't mean that there's not a universe you help create. The same thing happened with a good friend of mine, No Kills, who's probably tuning in, No Kills, No Damage YouTuber, who went away for a long time and found his way back to JTV. And I
Of
told him,
course, but
you
it's
know what
always
I mean?
good to know somebody's name so you can address them. That's a sign of respect, at least to me, at least.
Yeah, of course, and we can get to that because there's people you know and don't know, like you said, and like we're referring to. You know what I mean? There's people you know, there's people you don't know. There's people that want to get to know what happened. They want to get to know you. It's a universe that you help build. You know, so that's part of the reason I'm also here. If there's somebody you don't know, there's a question. I'm your backup guy. I'm here to have your back. So we're
All
good.
right, cool.
Don't worry about it. All right. So first and foremost, after 6 years, let's have a little fun before we get serious. It's been 6 years. You're live on the JTV broadcast telecast. Uh, how does it feel to be here today and to be able to finally speak your mind and tell your side and get this shit over with?
I mean, you're right. It's been a long time, but I
Okay.
mean, I don't really have a feeling about it.
Okay.
I'm just, here to
Yeah.
squash beef that's unnecessary.
Okay. He just called our beef unnecessary. He said he's here to squash it. He's here saying the same thing he told me off air last month when we met. So he's saying the same thing he told me off air. He said that he kind of moved on from it. You know what I mean? It took me a little bit of time because there was trauma there. There was trauma for what some of you guys did, and there was trauma for the way some people were jumping on me with the things that were happening to me at my life in my life at that time. You know, um, it was very hurtful for me because I really looked to you guys as like my inner circle and my peace corps. So I think it needs to be understood that when me and Lowrider had our falling out, me and Lowrider had been having issues since about mid to late 2009. We had issues. Lowrider had experienced a lot of trauma when he was a child. He was 8 years old when his life changed, and there were many different things that I don't need to go into that happened in his life that just he had problems with. And for SYM to attack that and to throw you into it with Wolf and other people and to throw me into it and all this other stuff because of a fucking video game, because he was writing for whatever and he was a part of the community, it's not okay. It's never going to be okay. And God is the one that's going to judge him for that, not me. He's going to pay for all of that shit. Lowrider was 8 years old when his life changed. You know what I mean? So I forgave Lowrider for a lot of problems he caused for me in my life and whatnot. And I decided to just kind of move on. When
Hmm.
Lowrider came back to JTV in um I think it was like mid to late 2017. Um there were different things that have happened before that. Because like I said, we've had a roller coaster since '09. Lowrider has caused me a lot of fucking problems, a lot of travel issues, um, you know, situations that I've had with him and his family and whatnot that we don't have to go into. And it was kind of an uphill battle from there. Okay. But Lowrider was in a position where he caused me so much problems that if I went on air, if I went on Facebook, if I went in a party chat with you guys and said, fuck that dude, he's a piece of shit, it's justified. It doesn't make me a bad guy. It doesn't make me a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? You guys don't know everything that Lowrider's put me through in this life. And respect I deserve for fucking going, you know what? I'm moving past it. And but he's also been there for me as well. He's also been a good friend for me as well. And he's helped me out as well many, many times. So I cherish that. It's always gonna mean a lot to me. Same as the relationship you and I had and Hudson and everybody else. You know what I mean? Ari was another one who paid for my mother's funeral. I'm always gonna cherish that. You know what I mean? It means a lot to me. And so
Hmm.
12, 13, I mean, you know, sometime in 2014 or something like that, Lowrider left. Lowrider was going to Nickelodeon. We talked about that on the last episode that we were here.
Wait, that
And
was real?
that was real. He was pursuing a career in Nickelodeon, and I was supporting him even though we had issues at the time. And um, you know, there is something there, and I'm wondering if I want to say, but we had
Guess I
some
might
we
be
had.
a little late for congratulations, I guess.
Well, it didn't work out, and how weird Nickelodeon is. I'm glad he didn't go over there because he was like, I think he was underage at the time, if I'm not mistaken. Could be, I'm probably right about that. But so I didn't like it, but we weren't like in a talking situation like that. You know, he had left JTV. Let's just say he wasn't a big fan of my ex-wife taking over logo design. Okay, so that was one of the things that in which I broke the contract that we had. Lowrider had an ironclad contract with JTV, meaning that he was good for life. Lowrider got that contract because back in 2012, when I was living out west, Lowrider would come to my house and bring his computer and make logos for us and websites and YouTubes and all this other stuff. He contributed to the foundation of JTV Wrestling. Okay. I'm always going to also appreciate that. That's never ever going to go over anybody's head or my head. It was always appreciated, even when we had our falling out. And even while you guys was having issues with me and Lowrider was still talking. That's the interesting thing about it. We were still messaging each other and speaking. And uh, I was explaining to him that, like, yeah, me and you might be good now in the inbox, but now I got to deal with Hudson. Now I got to deal with Corey. Now I got to deal with Nix. Now I got to deal with Marcus. I got to deal with Mark. I got to deal with Ari. I got to deal with Drascal. I got to deal with all these people, that were close to me in my eyes. You know what I mean? And two of the people I want to shout out real quick that I absolutely love and kept a good relationship with, because throughout everything that happened, they were mature about it, and they never really went, "Oh, I'm gonna turn on J Kid. I'm gonna go at Kevin Impact." Nothing like that. They wanted to keep the pieces. Uncle D Jones and Mr. Amazing. Mr. Amazing and Uncle D Jones were two people that helped me out a lot when I was going through the trauma I was going through at that time, to kind of keep the peace and whatnot. But before we get to that, Lowrider went, did what he was going to do in 2015, and I got to meet you and I got to bring Hudson in. You guys came in when he was gone. I had many different reasons why I'm right to go at Lowrider and talk about him however I want, because I was in the right about it. You know what I mean? Uh, it makes me toxic if I keep talking about it, and I take full responsibility for that and my actions, and me not shutting my fucking mouth when I should have done. But when Lowrider came back to JTV in like mid to late 2017, and he got to know you guys, it was gifting for him. It was an opportunity for him. It was a special thing that he got, because he did need us, I believe. This is my opinion. I'm assuming. I think he needed us in his life. Lowrider was going through a situation in which he wanted to end his life. And Lowrider has several different reasons why he felt like that, many, many, many times. That he felt that way, that he wanted his life to come to an end. And I don't like that. I think that's horrible. And me and Drascal, and I can speak for Drascal because I now know this. We're not a big fan of individuals who feel it's okay to bring harm to children. Okay. I have a problem with that. Drascal has a problem with that. Every single person listening to this, every person on the planet should have a problem with that. The life of a child is sacred. The childhood of a kid is something that's going to be uh, printed in their minds for the rest of their lives. When I met Lowrider, he was all fucked up, mentally, everything, physically. And I've worked with him throughout the years, to try to do my best to participate in his life being great and having people around him that can help him make his life great. I had SYM who hated on me and was angry at me for years, different times, for anytime I brought Lowrider back to JTV and stuff like that. But I'm very sure that SYM never told you, and doesn't go around telling everybody how he used to try to bully Lowrider back in 2011 and 2010.
Nope.
Okay. And why would he? Because it would always be in his best interest to say the positive things about him, because he's such a great guy, the icon. You know what I mean? But I'm not here to bash. I'm here to tell my side of the story. Right now, I could be lying. It could be a story that I'm making up. But unfortunately, Lowrider is a real living, breathing, existing person, and his inbox is open if I'm lying. Y'all can ask him. Don't take it from me. I'm just saying what I'm saying. I could be on here lying. SYM. When I say SYM was abusive towards Lowrider, there's a little bit of that I'm gonna take off of that. I'm gonna take a little bit of crust off that pizza. When I say that, I'm not saying that every single day he used to bully your pick a Lowrider and this, and I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there were instances in which, because Lowrider used to be negative as well. So he made himself open season for people like SYM too. Okay, so in a way, I'm also going to defend SYM, But there was a lot of times that I was there, and it almost seemed like he would look for excuses to pick on the guy, bash the guy, or whatever. You know what I mean? But I think it's forgivable, and I'm going to defend S1 because we were all young, all of us. Even I was a young man. You know what I mean? So I think it's forgivable because the childish mentality was a part of existence at that time. And it's the reason why I think you and I can get things right today because you were young also when we had our stuff, you know. But it was something that went on. It was something that happened at that time, and so Lowrider and SYM didn't really had the greatest relationship, and I'm sure that Lowrider will agree with that. He'll tell you that himself. Um, and for anybody that has questions, please save them and then ask them later on because I have my back turned. I'm dialed into this, and I have to focus on this podcast. So it was something that they didn't really get along like that. Um, and as time went on, um, when I brought Lowrider back, not this last time, the time before that, around 2018. Obviously, that's why I didn't like it, and he was being a brother to me. He was being a friend. He was being protective, and I'm always going to appreciate that. But it was a decision I took. I thought it was the right thing to do. I don't really like to hang on to grudges, even though I've been accused of being bitter and shit like this, from my understanding in the past, which was never really the case. I mean, that's a lot of crust on a pizza that never really existed. I was just in the right about how I felt. Lowrider is proof, just like the lives that all of you have lived, that trauma can fuck you up. Trauma fucked me up as well. We're all human. So I had a right to feel a certain way towards Lowrider. You know what I mean? SYM was also someone who was a fucking bully online in the SmackDown Hotel back in the day. He would pick on a lot of people in in those comment sections. So he really dwelled in drama. He loved being toxic, and he loved the drama more than anything. And when SYM was here, as opposed to you guys POW stuff, there was minimum effort when he was here to take us a little higher. But when the POW stuff went on, oh, there's all this passion, there's all this effort, there's all this, oh, DRASCAL, I'm your friend, and oh, I love you guys, and we'll get to that momentarily. We'll get back to that. So you can say your side, I say mine's, but I knew how full of shit he was since day one. You know, I chose to be his friend because I loved SYM like a fucking brother. He meant a lot to me. And Corey can attest to that. Corey Flash. Before any of you guys, me, SYM, and Corey were a trio. And I cherish the memories still to this day that we had on PlayStation Home and on PlayStation Online and on the SVR era.
Damn.
Everything that we did, it means something to me to this day. I hate the fact that all this happened because I used to love him.
Had
I
every shade in
loved
that
him.
group.
Huh?
Had every shade in that group.
What do you mean?
Had every shade in that group. I think it's self-explanatory.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm telling them so they know. For those that think I hate him and whatnot, I used to love this dude. He meant a lot to me. You know, I can tell you there were a lot of times that he was toxic, and I made excuses for him to keep him in JTV. Things he did to low rider, situations he had with Corey, you know, and sometimes with VIP, different people that were there. I don't want to assume, and I don't want to say things that are not true, like he did to me. He lied about some of the things that he claimed about me, and I don't appreciate that. It's not okay. I'm not going to come on here and lie about him. There is no reason to lie about him. So that he was dealing, I think, with certain things that he couldn't control. There's things I could come on here and say about him that I'm not going to say about him. But I think that he had issues with a certain thing that went on when he was a kid as well. Something that was supposed to be there in his life that wasn't. That's me assuming. I don't know. I think that some of that, and I think you had a little bit of those problems as well, Draskell. I think that some of that fucked him up and led to him having some sort of a silent rage within him that he had to take out sometimes because I want to believe he was a good guy and that deep down inside he wasn't a bad guy and that Anytime he did something that was fucking toxic, he did it because he had to get something out. That's what I'm telling myself, and I've thought for years. So I think he dealt with shit that led to him being fucking toxic in many different ways. But he was a friend to me, and in my opinion, he was a friend to me for many, many years, and I fucking loved that dude to death. I just loved him so much, you know. And that's why I took the time to meet him in person and spend money on him. All of us did, you know. Corey did, I did, and we had a nice time, I thought. And when I met him, it was a special moment in my life when I met him because I thought that I was meeting someone that I gave a fuck about. Me and my family weren't even that close. How me and him was close. He meant a lot to me. But moving on, and we'll get back to him. Uh, I decided to bring Low Rider back, and I had to keep hush hush about Low Rider coming back for a long time. I made Low Rider struggle for a bit because he was having a hard time because he had to keep quiet about coming back to JTV. You guys didn't know him the same way you're here right now, and you don't know some of these people in the comments. Same thing with Low Rider. There was a
I'm
lot
gonna
of
be upfront about this
yeah,
whole story with like Lowrider and shit. I
yeah,
do remember you mentioning him a couple times and maybe like a couple stupid things that he did,
yeah.
but at the same time, I didn't even know him. But my ass was out here fucking throwing shots with him. So back then I was ignorant. So I'll point that out.
I respect that. I respect that. So Lowrider was the key to what happened with me and SYM. Lowrider's the reason you and I had an issue. But I put myself as well into it because of course I could have probably handled things a little better, but we're gonna get to that. Why I did the things that I did, why I did them, how I did them, you know. Um, when that shit went on, um, you know, SYM had his reservations, this and that. You know, what I mean, he wasn't a big fan of him coming back, and I appreciate that. And it was like the last time he came back for like 2018 and whatnot. So I chose to bring him back. I was ready to move on, and let me make sure of something really fast. You guys didn't know him at the time. I knew him. Corey knew him. SYM knew him, but you didn't know him. Hudson didn't know him. Ari
We
and
just knew of his character. That's all.
you said what?
We just knew of his character. That's all.
Yeah, I talked about him a couple times, sure, but you guys didn't know him like that, and there were different things that happened. I have a memory of us on GTA in which we were riding like I don't know if you remember that fucking uh, cargo vehicle we used to drive on GTA, where we used to be like five of us hopping in that shit and driving around. But there was one time he loaded into the lobby and he was following us, and I told him, "Yo, what the fuck are you doing? Hudson is gonna catch on," because DJ wasn't stupid. You know what I mean? He was always a smart kid. So I knew that DJ was gonna catch on, and be like, oh, I know who that is. That's Lowrider. You know what I mean? The same way as if Shendon would have been there back in the day, it would have been the same exact thing because Shendon catches on, Hudson caught on. You know what I mean? But I had to play fucking stupid and stall until Lowrider came back. When Lowrider came back, he connected with a lot of you guys, and I want to point out that if I really was so bad of a guy, I don't know why it would be in my interest to introduce him to you guys. You see what I'm saying? I just think that that wouldn't make any sense if I was such an evil, manipulative, tyrant, controlling motherfucker. Like, why would I do that? You know. But as time went on, at that time, Lowrider was not ready to move on. Uh, I was just about ready to move on. I still had some resentment inside of me held with good reason because he caused me a lot of fucking problems for a lot of years. Me and my family. You know what I mean? So it wasn't okay. You know what I mean? But I wanted to move past the shit. And because of a lot of shit that he did in his fucking life that caused problems with me, my leg is probably never ever going to be the same. And I'm still struggling with it. Same with my back. I take responsibility for that as well. You know what I'm saying? Me getting injured at work, hurting my back, hurting my leg, you know, but it was situations that was primarily brought on by the things that he was doing, the problems that he was fucking causing in my life, you know, shit that I didn't need. So I tried for many, many years. And then when I finally woke up and I finally snapped out of shit, it was just like I came to realization. And then it was just like, you know, boom, reality. Lowriders caused a lot of fucking problems to this very day, and yet he's still a part of JTV Wrestling today.
I was just about to ask that.
Right. And that's not just because I want him to. That's not just because I need him to. That's not just because he wants to. It's because he deserves that. The same way you deserve to be here because you did your part to build this channel. Lowrider deserves it. SYM fucking deserves it. You know what I mean? Anybody that ever participated in this shit deserves their fucking respect. You know what I mean? Like we was talking, me and Shen was talking about Chris last night, I think, Chris Morales. And he said Chris was a pretty good wrestler. And I said, yeah, I agree. Don't like the motherfucker, but I agree he was a good wrestler. He's a good mechanic. That's why he was in JTV. You know, so we're going to be realistic on here all the way through. We're going to be transparent. Um, and so when Lowrider came back, it needs to be well understood that I took some shots at him on Facebook and I probably instigated the drama, as I said on the last episode, with me and Lowrider. I didn't create it, but I instigated it because I was talking some shit. I don't remember anymore why I took shots at Lowrider, but I need y'all to understand that the demons that I was dealing with at that time, they ran the show, not me. They did. My mother died. To this day, I'm not okay over it. Losing a mother is the worst pain, the worst feeling in the world. There's a lot of times I cry. I suffer a lot of times, and I lost a brother last October who passed away, and it's fucked me up. It hurts a lot. I think about them all the time. So family to me is important. When I lost my mother, my life, my world changed. And the things that happened on the day that my mother passed away, me and my brother getting into a fight, my blood being all over the fucking walls and everything, and the police showing up and things like that that went on. Not my brother who passed away, my other brother, things that I don't want to talk about. Of course, it's trauma. Of course, it's trauma. And my ex girlfriend at the time, which you knew a little bit, lied to me. She told me that she wouldn't leave me. She told me she would be there. I needed her. She was Armando Estrada. I was Umaga. I needed her. Without her, I don't want to be in control. I don't want to drive. There's nothing. I don't give a shit. I'm ruthless. I'm cold blooded. I don't care. Um, we have had a nice vacation outside of the country. I had made a peace with myself that I was going to stop focusing on my pain and suffering and shit like that, and that I still have her and I have you guys, and that I felt that my mother's proud of me and I need to continue to carry on the legacy of the Impact family. When she lied to me and wanted to try to tell DJ lies that uh, I was being abusive to her somehow, some way. And I don't like coming on here talking about my relationships, but let's just knock it all open for transparency's sake. At that time, we were in a situation where we were living distance from each other. She was doing different things I didn't like. Okay. One of the things she did or would do from time to time, she would disappear and we have no contact. Just because I'm chewing her fucking ass out because she's disappearing for 2 weeks, doesn't tell me where she's going, what country she's going to vacation, what she's doing, who she's with, it doesn't make me a bad guy. She tried to flip that on me and try to promote to Jason Hudson that I was this abusive fucking boyfriend, husband, whatever the fuck, and that things like that were going on. I was never abusive to her. This is my side, believe me or not. Believe whatever all of you guys want to believe. I've never been abusive to her in any way, shape, or form. She put me in a situation one time in which she encouraged me to kill myself because she said, if you do it and I do it, we'll be together. That's some mental shit, okay, family? That's some
Wait, she
psychotic.
wanted both of you to commit? No.
She wasn't egging it on, but we talked about it. She wasn't like constantly saying stuff like that. She said
You know,
that one time.
RKO her.
Well, her life was fucked up too, bro. She went through things as well in her life when she was a child, trauma and all kinds of shit. So, you know what I mean? She hated children. She didn't want to have children with me because she hated being around children. There's reasons for that as well. I'm not gonna put her business out there, even though she probably deserves it for how she did to me, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna tell my side of the story. That was among some of the things that were going on. I had a lot of financial problems at the time. Um, Me and her didn't have any problem. She was the center of my world. She meant everything to me. Loved her. The plan was for us to get married. I think that's what she was trying to promote with the whole controlling thing or the abuse thing. You know what I mean? If you're outside the country and I really care about you and I really want to be with you, of course I really wanted to marry you. I wasn't trying to bring you into the country as a fucking piece of meat. That was never my plan. I don't know what else she may have said to people, but it wasn't my fucking plan. I cared about her. She was family to me. Okay. I don't ever remember talking to her about Jason Hudson. Meanwhile, she told him that I would talk shit about him. I don't know what shit I talked about him because me and him didn't have any fucking problem to begin with until he decided to butt into my relationship, which was none of his fucking business. You know what I mean? That's nobody's fucking business, respectfully. You know what I mean? So I have a problem with that. And it's not okay that he did that. It was none of his business. That doesn't make me a bad guy that I reacted to that. Okay. Um, he went as far as to make a video of a conversation he had with her, and when she was talking about that she tried to give me white sage and all this other stuff to clean the house and all this other shit. And he's like, "Oh, if you would have gave that to me, I would have taken it." And that video was provided by King Wolf at the time, who was looking out for a brother. You know what I mean? Which I to this day I always appreciate that because I probably wouldn't have known that DJ was going behind my back and encouraging people to think that I'm a piece of shit, and then also encouraging people to leave JTV after I kind of canned him, which he earned. You know what I mean? Also does not make me a bad guy. I was defending myself on what the fuck was going on. So when things broke out and we find out, I'm not gonna say the B word. I'm gonna be professional. I was talking to Jaden Nix one time. What, you heard that ravine in the background?
Yeah.
That engine's fucking good. So it's called the city for a reason. So um I where was I? So I could remember, and of course, this is IRL and this is out of character, kayfabe. You know, when my mother died, I took on a project at IKEA, and I was not happy. And I remember looking in the mirror, and I had that. You remember I had that fucking shaved head and shit. I used to do a lot. Uh, I looked in the mirror. I'm like, I told myself I don't want to drive no more. And I didn't give a fuck. You felt like that. I know you did. Not because of me. I'm saying in life you've had shit like that that made you feel that way. I know that. People in the comments, same thing. It happens to everybody. You know what I mean? You get to a point in your life where you're at a crossroads. I did not give a fuck after my mom passed away, and I'm like, I don't want to drive anymore. I'm gonna do what I want to do now. Since this happened, and that was a little after me and her broke up. Okay, I can remember having a really sweet conversation with Jada Nix, and I fell in love with him like a brother because before me and him had our falling out, Jada Nix talked to me one time when I was on break outside, and he said a lot of really nice things to me, and he doesn't know how that touched my heart. Now, me and Nix will come on here and tell you, we ain't the best of fucking friends, but we chopped it up. You know what I'm saying? Me and Lowrider chopped it up. You know what I mean? Like that's how you do it. And the message that he told me to hang in there and stuff like that, I can't remember anymore. It stuck out in my mind because I needed that so much at that time, in which I felt like you, Hudson, Airy, uh, sometimes Mr. Amazing. I'm not gonna lie. Uh, Maybe Corey. Some of you guys, I felt like you were pushing me away because I was quote unquote being negative all the time. I think you guys are too young to understand. His mother just died, and his relationship just fell apart. The person that meant most to him after everything is just gone. Of course, my life was falling apart. I had reasons to not drive. I had reasons to not be in control. I was all fucked up, and I take full responsibility for that and my actions at that time because I could have handled things better. That's my fault. That's on me. Um, Sometime I find out that she's fucking around. You know, um, I didn't find out. We had a conversation in which she went away for about 2 weeks, and when she comes back, she's acting fucking weird, talking about a blood moon and all this fucking weird shit. And like I said, she was trying to convince DJ that I was doing shit and saying shit, but she didn't tell him how she was doing drugs. She didn't tell him nothing like that. There's a lot of things she didn't say that I'm not gonna say. You know, and when it got to a point that she's acting weird, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, but I got a lawyer waiting for us. We're trying to do different things. We're trying to get our life together. I took time to buy a wedding suit that you guys will remember because I put it on YouTube. Ari definitely remember seeing that. I don't know who else. Well, I know some of you guys watched that before I took that video down, but I had bought a wedding suit because I was serious. She didn't believe me. I had bought two suits, a nice one and a wedding one. It was an all white suit, and then I had a gray one that I liked that I wanted to buy. Spent about maybe $400, 400 something dollars on both suits. So I was ready to go. I had paperwork. I had a lawyer ready to go. We're meeting, all this type of stuff. We meet in the office and we're trying to do things the right way. And after 2 weeks of her being away, I don't know what she was on, where she was at. She's acting fucking weird and she tells me she doesn't love me anymore. And I'm like, I'm confused because 2 weeks before we love each other, I love you, I miss you, this and that, and then the next thing is like, oh, I don't love you anymore. And quick, trying to delete me, trying to block me, like mad, everything mad fast. And it's like, you were one of the people I remember that you told me about the profile picture she put in Facebook. That shit is fucking horrible. Horrible when I needed her. Everything quick, because you already knew how she was getting down. You see what I'm saying? And this was quick. That I was not told anything. I could have been told, hey, I want to break up. This nothing. We just went right into it and fuck Jay. I didn't deserve that. I was good to her. After that, I was really fucked up. I was very angry, very frustrated. I took a shot at Lowrider, also on me, and I take responsibility for that as well. Um, Lowrider is not like me. Lowrider can be very delicate. Oh, that shit is loud. Somebody going to jail, boy. All right. So, anyways, welcome to the city, folks. So, anyways, past that point, when she was out of my life and my mother was out of my life, I was not okay, and I was trying to do the manly thing, the thing that I was taught as a kid that you have to do is be a man. I try to keep myself together. JTV helped me because it was like I didn't want to think about my mother because I didn't cry for 2 years after my mother passed away because it hadn't hit me yet. And then it was just like 2 years after she passed, it was like it hit me, and I think it was something like that. It could have been 2 years. I think so. I think that's when it hit me 2 years after. So it would have been 2019 or something like that somewhere. And I just started crying one night, and I was listening to a song, and I had to just get it out. And there were times at 4 in the morning I wake up and start crying because I realized reality that she's dead. So I was fucked up. Um, I took a shot at Lowrider. That shot at Lowrider turned to, I'm assuming, lies that he told Ari, because that was kind of like things people were telling me among the stuff that was going on. And Lowrider came on here on the last show and admitted to things and opened up about it as well. And um, I want to remind people that it's how he felt at that time. It's not how he feels now. So he had demons like we both had demons, and they were conflicting against each other. And it was not a good thing because I thought me and him could work things out like we always do, but it didn't. It spewed into JTV, and then you you felt the burn. Hudson felt the burn. Ari felt the burn, and other people who were involved, Corey, you know. So it really became a problem because I thought I can control the situation, and I thought it was very minor, and I thought you guys were blowing it up into a big fucking smoke, kind of bomb, atomic bomb type of thing that eventually would seem like a nuclear bomb, but it was really just a fucking grenade. It's all it really was. It's just that it was overhyped because of the lowrider thing. Um, somewhere somehow him and Ari became close, which I thought was kind of weird because I'm the one who brought Ari to JTV. If it wasn't for me, there would be no Ari. If it wasn't for Jason Hudson, there would be no Ari because Jason Hudson's the one that verified that she was a real woman. And then that's when I made the executive decision to bring her to JTV, reached out. And so I thought that Ari was always going to be loyal to me. You know what I mean? That's what I thought at the time. I thought that because that's how I work. I'm loyal to all my people. So she had a car accident, fucked up her ankle, and sometime after that, you're hot and Hudson is hot. You guys are commodities in JTV, and Lowrider's back, and he's a commodity. I mean, I believe that was the case. He thought at the time that he wasn't getting pushed. I disagree with that. Like I said on the last show, you know, he was definitely getting pushed. It just he wasn't getting pushed the way he wanted to be pushed. Um, and he deserved that. He had to work his way back up. He didn't understand that at the time. When you fuck up, you got to work your way back up. So they became very close, and there were times when I was going through my shit that I don't know that I was all there, and I guess I was coming off negative to you guys, you know, and became a situation. Let me see if I can close this window so I could block out this sound a little bit. You know, this is a city, so they became close. I honestly didn't like it because I knew how sneaky Lowrider was, and the more time passed, I felt like things were kind of going to that point. You know what I mean? And there was something that happened one time in a party chat in which Low said something that he didn't need to say that really fucked everything up. Lowrider had been working Ari and had been working DJ and pretty much had been manipulating them for a while, telling them shit that I didn't say, telling them things I didn't do or didn't happen, and then also telling them real things but making himself the victim. Um, and Ari, I believe this is my opinion, and Hudson started looking at me different. And when I realized that was going on, it wasn't a good feeling. It was very frustrating. When because we all used to be a crew. We used to be in that was our party chat. You know that back in the day. We lit that fucking party chat up. That was our jam. Whether we was on GTA or whatever, you know, taping for the shows or whatever. That meant a lot to me. So when I was getting muted while I was talking by Arian, getting muted by Amazing, getting different people that were muting me or didn't want to listen to me, that made me feel like a piece of shit. That made me feel like you guys wasn't my friends like that for real. It's forgettable now. I don't give a shit about it now. You guys were young, but at the time, it was a different feeling when that happened. It was definitely not a good feeling that I had. So we got to a situation in which uh, I came to the understanding that Lowrider was trying to build sort of a separate project and stuff like that. I didn't have a problem with it, but it was that one part. It was that one day. I don't remember when it was. Sometime in 2018 that I joined a party chat. Hudson is there. Aries there. I'm there. Low's there. I don't remember who else is there. Maybe you. Maybe Nick's. I don't know. But Lowrider said, "Oh, I don't think nobody here's scared of you." And when he said that, that to me, first of all, was fucking weird when he said that, because I didn't think I was being confrontational or a boss or some sort of a defense mechanism to anybody in JTV. So when he said that, I already knew he was instigating to try to create a drama, which I was waiting for. And I take full responsibility for that because I'm the one that brought him back. And it was things that SYM wanted to fight for back in the day, just so you know. Okay. And so I appreciated that from SYM. Uh, so it became a situation in which when he said that, I was fucking pissed because I'm like, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to turn Airy and DJ against me. You're trying to take Hudson and Airy and you're trying to flip them into thinking I'm a fucking piece of shit. And they bit into it, in my opinion. They both bit into that apple. It's like the Adam and Eve thing with the devil, you know? So I knew what was going on. I don't know if you caught on. I don't think you did. I don't think a lot of people did. Corey couldn't catch on at that time. Mark couldn't catch on. Marcus couldn't catch on. They just couldn't see that. All they saw was, oh, Jay's being negative. And why was I being negative? I was being negative in their eyes because sometime right that same day after that comment is made, I hear chuckles from him and Ari after that comment is made. And I'm like, I don't know why you would say that because like I don't have a problem with anybody and I'm not being confrontational to anybody. Why the fuck would anybody in JTB have to be scared of me? And that's what I said after that. And it was just crickets after that. Nobody said nothing. But sometime after there was some chuckling going on. I'm like, you know, that I'm being fucking disrespected. I gotta do something about that. If that makes sense to you, Drask. So I said, okay, if he wants to fucking play games with me, let's play games. Officially, as of right now, we're done with Lowrider. You're done. And Lowrider had a new promotion he was working on called um WPW, Women's Pro Wrestling. And he did one. He got to do one episode at least, and uh, we got to a situation where I said to everybody, anybody that's working with him, I don't want to work with you. And Lowrider's out of JTV. Low, I don't want to put words in nobody's mouth. I had a conversation with Ari sometime after, and I was under the understanding and impression that I knew that they were going to continue having a relationship because they had gotten close at that time. So I already told myself these two are going to continue being friends. But notice how she's more friends with him and kind of mutes you and kind of pushes you to the side. She may care about you, but she doesn't give a fuck about you as much as you think. She just met him and she loves him more than she loves you. You know what I'm saying? And Ari also had looked at me like a father figure sometimes. And I didn't look at it that way. I looked at it like we were just really close. And I looked at it as an adult in her life that I never wanted to be a negative person in her eyes. Same with you, same with Hudson. I never wanted that to happen. That was something important to me that I'm like, I don't want it to get to that point. You know what I mean? So she tells me after I told her, look, we're not going to be working with Lowrider and stuff like that or his promotion. Um, I need you to help me. So what I'm going to need is I can't have you working with him. If you're going to be involved with his show, it's not going to work out. And Ari told me at the time, and she was young, oh, I do whatever I want. She said several different things, but that was like what stuck out my mind. That she's, oh, I do whatever I want, stuff like that. There was no respect there. There was no
I hate,
loyalty.
I hate when people say that shit.
She was young though at the time, so she told me I do whatever I want, and she goes, oh, you know, she's basically gonna work with him whether I want her to or not. And it was not a good thing that I said what I said and that was happening because it backed up the idea of things that Lowrider may have been telling her and Hudson that I'm controlling and all this other stuff. So you can see why it may seem that I'm being controlling when what I was really doing is trying to distance myself from Lowrider at that time. She took it as if, oh, he's trying to control me. And that narrative was ran with and pushed high into the sky. So after that, you know, I remember telling her, sweetheart, and this and that. Look, like I understand you guys get along this and that, but it's not going to work out. So when she told me she does whatever she wants, this and that, I said, well, fuck it. That's it. That's the end of that, you know? So I decided to remove both of them from the community because I'm like, she's not on my side. I don't want somebody that's disloyal, you know? Had I been a desperate ass, manipulative, controlling piece of shit, I would have shut my mouth. I would have been quiet, and I would have went on some more. Let me stay quiet about this. I don't want Ari, the great Ari, to leave JTV now. I can't lose her. I didn't think that way. I put myself in front of it first, my pride, and what the right thing was to do, and that was the right thing to do at that time. They were being very fucking disrespectful. She was young. She had no reason to throw me under the fucking bus like that. Like a lot of you guys didn't. Uh, I didn't deserve that from you. And Lowrider knew better. He knew what he was doing. You know what I mean? But it's how he felt at the time. It's how all of y'all felt at that time. So I'm seeing everything that's happening. Even though my mind is fucked up, I'm seeing everything in front of me unfold. I'm catching every little detail. So sometime after that, Jada Nix goes on fucking Facebook and he's going, oh, we're not going to be controlled. We're trying to be silenced, this and that. You're going on fucking Facebook. Corey, I think, is taking subliminal shots. And I'm trying to tell you guys to just shut the fuck up. Nix was the first one, bro. Can you shut the fuck up? Because you keep going on Facebook, running your mouth. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And he didn't, to be fair. You know, he just hated what was happening. You hated what was happening, and I remember that. Corey hated what was happening. I hated it. Hudson, everybody hated it. Everybody hated it. And even those that stood loyal to JTV, like Colin Klein and them, of course they hated it, man. They didn't want to be a part of that shit. But they stood loyal to JTV. They didn't stab me in the back. They didn't go, fuck you, we're leaving. They said, no, you know, JTV's home, and we know the real you. We know the real you. And I appreciated that over the years. But Nix went on Facebook, said what he said, not knowing what was going on. Corey wanted to have an opinion about it. You had an opinion about it. And I remember I had a conversation with you and I had a conversation with Corey. But even though I talked to you guys about what was going on, I want to say you were too young to understand.
I may have
So
had
it
an
let
opinion, but I never posted anything.
you did. There were times, even if you was being subliminal, you didn't say nothing about me directly, but you was saying things like, "Oh, I'm tired of this drama" and stuff like that. And you was alluding to what was going on. I'm tired of this drama in JTV, is what I remember. You didn't do it all the time. Nix didn't do it. Nix did it more than anybody. But Nix may have done it two, three times before I shut it down. Corey, I remember being subliminal about it. And it became a situation that it was like, don't you guys understand that you're contributing to the mass hysteria of the situation by doing that? I don't think you guys realized it at the time. It was not a good thing. It led to the idea to believe that there was drama going on in JTV or toxicity when it was really just an issue between me and Low that nobody had to fucking butt into. Had you guys just not fucking jumped in, it's possible me and Low would have just chopped it up like we did. We did make peace. Even when
Well,
that went on, go ahead.
I remember this. I remember this conversation. A lot of
Okay.
the problems came with allowing a lot of people who didn't know what the fuck was going on to evolve into an even bigger issue. And that was the main problem.
Yes, correct. That's exactly what happened, and it led to more issues. And to me, I wasn't looking at it the way you guys was looking at it. I looked at it like, okay, my issue's a low rider. I don't have an issue with y'all. You're making it an issue, and if you want a fucking issue, I'm all for it because I was at that point in my life. So I was on the defensive. So low rider's gone, Aries gone. Um, DJ didn't like that Ari was gone because, I assumed that he was looking at her from a romantic standpoint. That's just my opinion. I don't know. Maybe. So I can understand why maybe he was on Ari's side as opposed to being on my side, which I know all you guys. Me and you connected before you knew anybody else. So you should have been loyal to me. Me and him connected before anybody else. So I thought he was loyal to me. Even before him and Lowrider knew each other, me and him had a relationship when he was young. And when his mother passed away, I'm the one that was there. Nobody else. I'm the one that was there. And I told him, here's my number. If you need to talk to somebody, I'm here. And he would never call me, but he would text me every 1 to 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? He would text me. And this is when I thought he was like a little white boy. You know what I'm saying? Before I know he was an old Southern boy, DJ was from New Orleans, which I liked about him. And so he was our gambit. So I And I'm sorry whoever's commenting. I have my back turned, but I'm gonna turn momentarily in a little bit and check the comments. But I just want to get all this out so we can get to DRASCAL. That you know, it was not a good thing that was happening on my part and everybody else that was instigating the fucking issue for no reason. Um, I created the issue by saying by taking the shots that I was taking on Lowrider and social media and stuff like that. And some of you guys pushed the issue by doing the things that you were doing that did not need to be done. And it's like you said, individuals was jumping in that had no business being involved. Sometime after that, Knicks wouldn't shut the fuck up, so I can't Knicks. So that continued to promote the idea that, hey, he's losing his mind. He's out of control. He's getting rid of people. He's being manipulative. He's being controlling. He's a horrible person. It continued on. So now that Knicks is gone, that agenda is further pushed. And then DJ didn't like it, and DJ didn't like me. And DJ was sitting there saying Lowrider was a snake, but he was hanging out in parties with him, not me. He didn't want to chill with me. He was chilling with Lowrider. So I'm like, I don't know how that makes you look if you're saying he's a snake, but you're chilling with him. You're not chilling with me. So you obviously feel some type of way. So everything was adding up to me. Everything made sense in my mind. So it was very clear how things was going. And this is before Low and Ari left. Before I took them out. That's what DJ was doing. So after Low and Ari were gone, DJ had the same attitude. If I want to be involved with them, I will. You don't tell me what to do. But I think I was going to work it out with DJ because DJ was close to me in my eyes. You know what I mean? So to close on that part, I found out from King Wolf, sometime after that, DJ decided to go and talk to my ex-girlfriend. And he's trying to get as much dirt on me as he can. And I don't understand why he would do that, because I would never do that to anybody, not SYM or nobody. I certainly didn't do that to Chris when I had access to his ex-girlfriend and I could have gotten dirt for the statement. I didn't do it. I just felt like it was kind of low. And it's just like, why would I waste my time with this? You know, meanwhile, your buddies had no problem getting pictures of me and making videos and saying lies and putting together all this bullshit. We'll get to that. So,
To be
uh,
fair, I'm gonna defend myself right here.
go
I
ahead.
said that there's no need for them to take all these pictures and edits and put it into like a show or like something to make fun of you. I was against that. From
Very good.
these buddies that you
I appreciate it.
are considering me to be, buddies with, Wolf is gonna be
There you
probably
go.
my only buddy, but at the same
Okay.
time, I was
Okay.
I was trying to be like the peacemaker between the two, because
Yes,
maybe
I,
I
I
said
believe it.
maybe I said a few things, but like I said when we talked before this podcast, I was in the middle, so I wasn't really saying anything, but at the same time, I noticed everything. And
Well,
normally, you know,
yeah.
uh, even younger me, if I got a problem with you, I'm gonna tell you about it. But if
Yes, I
if there
believe
was like,
that. I believe that.
but
That's
if
a
you're not
fact.
listening, I try to find some other way to deal with it.
Okay.
And a lot of the times I was at a standstill because, I didn't really have any other way. But
Interesting.
I,
Yeah, I'm
go ahead.
listening. No, I'm listening. I'm just adding to what you're saying. It's interesting because I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So it's interesting to find that out today. Those two interesting little details. But let's save some of it because we're gonna go back to them. I want to get 2018 and all this out the way. So in 2018, it was just like Knicks wouldn't shut the fuck up. I got rid of him. I got rid of Airy. I got rid of Low. DJ doesn't like me at this point.
I'm
I try,
also add I don't like talking shit unless it's necessary.
no, you don't have to talk no shit. I'm saying my side.
No,
This is
not right
me.
now. I'm talking about in general. Like I don't like talking shit like in a party chat just randomly just to like make fun or some shit. I don't like doing that.
Yeah,
I think it's petty.
absolutely. I agree with that. And I'm being petty. I'm accepting that my pettiness of what I may say today, I'm accepting that. Okay. So this is all on me. This has nothing to do with him. Okay. So DJ didn't like what I was doing. And I find out whatever that he's going behind my back talking to my ex. I didn't respect that. I didn't appreciate that. It's not a good thing. It's not a great thing. You know what I'm saying? And she hyped him up to believe bullshit. It's all bullshit from beginning to end. You know? Um, so after that point, supposedly he's in contact with her. He kissed her ass, and he's supporting her and all this stuff. Oh, you deserve better. All this yah bullshit. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? You don't know the story, and here you are kissing her fucking ass. I don't know if he did that because he was making attempts. I don't know. That's just my assumption. I'm not shitting on him. I'm just saying how I felt and how I feel about it. But who knows? You know what I mean? I don't have a problem with him anymore. I'm just saying how I felt. I want that to be clear when this gets reviewed and certain people pass this on to others and it's misled and more lies are said about me. Whatever. So the video was sent to me by Wolf of what he was doing behind my back talking to her. At that moment, when I got that video, I sent Hudson a GIF, whatever the hell you call it, and it pertained to the Godfather, and it was something about a fish, a dead fish, or whatever. And he sent me like a LOL or something like that, or he emoji or laugh emoji reacted to it, whatever. At the time, I was in Florida doing things I shouldn't be doing. Let's just put it like that. I was in a bad place, and when I found out about this, he was done. And the message that I was conveying to him with the fish was Luca Brazzi sleeps with the fishes. It was a Sicilian message in The Godfather, which is what it we equate to when there's a hit on somebody, or they whacked somebody, if you will. So it was like he was getting whacked from JTV. That was the message in case he didn't
Eh,
get it.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead,
No, I'm just trying to make sure I'm following on. Who are we talking about right now?
Hudson, Jason Hudson.
What the
This is the
fuck?
reason I released it from JTV because of the video that Wolf sent me of him shitting on me. I don't know why he did that. He was shitting on me. I mean, it's in the video. It's not my opinion. He was shitting on me, going behind my back, and also supporting her. Not cool. Not cool at all. I guess he was young. You know what I mean? So I didn't respect it. I didn't like that. I didn't appreciate that. And I remember having a conversation with Corey, and he told me straight up, he was like, yo, if you get rid of Hudson, you're fucking crazy. And I said, oh, yeah, he's gone. Just like that. I'm not gonna kiss nobody's ass, bro. I've never kissed anybody's fucking ass, whether it was a female or a male in JTV. I'm not kissing nobody's fucking ass. I've said things how it is, and a lot of people didn't like that shit. So that was the end of Hudson and JTV. We had a meeting prior to that where we had an issue, and when I checked in, he told me he was good, so I let it go. It was right before I got rid of Ari. But then after Ari, he had reasons to feel a certain way. And I can understand it. You know what I'm saying? I definitely I could put myself in his position. I could. But he was done. And after he was done, uh Corey felt some type of way and you felt some type of way. And it led to this situation in which I don't remember how the conversation went. So I'm not gonna assume or make it up or lie on air. But long story short, if you remember, you can say your side because this is where you come into it now, into the story. Uh, you decided that you were going to leave and you were going to start making your own show, and I don't remember what it was called no more.
It's called FHW, and I'm gonna give a shout out to.
Say that again. You cut out. Shout out to who? If you're talking, I can't hear you. Okay, I can't hear him. I'm assuming he's readjusting his mic. Uh, it's good to see Chris Conscious in the comments. Um, so far, good energy, good vibe from DRASCAL so far. And I've been enjoying this. It's felt really good to let a lot of this shit go that I've been holding on for years. But I can't hear you, DRASCAL. I'm assuming he's fixing his headset or something like that. So I'm gonna give him some time. If you fix up your headset and you can hear me, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Just leave and come back. So I'm gonna wait a little bit because I don't want him to get lost what he was saying. So I'm gonna wait a little bit. What do we got? CJ Mondo. Okay, I see your question. I'm gonna save your question. If y'all have questions, I could take some of them now that I could save if you want. We got Jaden Nix. Let me go back to this shit right here. It says Jaden Nix. I was petty. I used the plague of impact behind your back and beat a lot of people after you. That's fucking great, man. That's such a great story. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I think that's great, man. I appreciate the compliment. That man was using my moves in E-Fair after he left. Chill out with that shit. God damn. Constance says sleeping with the fishes. Yes. Luca Brazzi. What else we got? I got a message. Let me see. Okay, I'm being told that Drasco had to step out just for a moment. So we will get him right back. Just give him a moment. I'll be happy to take any questions y'all might have. I'm going through the list right now to see what you guys might have. Questions, I'm gonna store them. And if you want to just say something, I mean you can say whatever you want. Want to send a quick shout out to DJ Chaotic. And there's his YouTube channel right there. Definitely subscribe to the Chaotic Syndicate Network. They are part of our partners here with the JTV channel. I recommend it. Great guy, great podcast guy, great character. He's been doing good shit lately. He's been getting together his character for 2K26. So I'm excited. I saw a render of him in one of the communities that we in, one of the groups, and he's looking real good. And we're working with he doesn't want me to call him by his real name, so I won't do that, but I'll say Wyatt, one of our logo guys that's taking care of everybody. So shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. But we got Drascal back in the studio. Drascal, the mic's all yours, man.
All right. Sorry about that. A little bit of a internet breakdown. A little bit of But where were we?
Um,
Oh yeah, I was saying shout out.
the
The
shout
show
out,
that
yeah.
I created was called FHW, and I'm giving credit to Colin Klein because he came up with the name of it.
I didn't know that. It's good to see. It's good to hear that Colin was still an association with you and still show you compassion. You know what I mean? And that's why we love that dude. He's a great friend. He's a great human being since day one. You know what I mean? So shout out to him for sure. Shout out to
And
Colin. Let's,
I'm gonna be honest, it would still be alive today, but I did not have the resources to continue.
and that's completely fine. You know what I'm saying? It should have stood alive. There shouldn't have been no power in your system of any kind. You know what I'm saying? I think if you and Wolf would have kept doing that, we probably would have been fine. You know what I mean? But we'll get back to that. So after you and Corey felt some type of way, things weren't going to work out. And when Corey decided that he was going to go with you guys, I took it as disrespect. I did, you know. Um, I took it from the personal side because he was involved with you guys and it was linked back to Lowrider, which
Hold
made
on,
it personal.
hold on a second. Everybody's saying that they can't hear.
They can't hear you. Y'all can't hear.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can y'all hear him? Mic issues. I don't see that. Can y'all hear Drascal? Can y'all hear me and Drascal?
Okay.
Okay, we're good. We're good. So Amber just confirmed. So yeah, it was just. Can you say what that show was again? I'm sorry. It was what was it? Honor
The
of Wrestling
show
was it?
the show was called FHW, For Honor Wrestling.
For
He
Honor
came up with
Wrestling.
the
Okay.
name and the abbreviation.
All right. So that went on, and when you did that, you decided to bring in all of those people that it was almost like they were exiled. You know what I mean? So you got Ari, you got Low, you got Corey, you got all these people. Mark was there. Marcus was there. You know what I mean? And from my understanding, it was Hudson who was encouraging. Like after Hudson got canned and I got rid of him, he went to a lot of people and encouraged them to quit JTV, knowing he was fully wrong, which was crazy. You know what I mean? And was trying to shut JTV down, which is not a good thing. It's not an okay thing. He tried as best as he could. They tried to take whoever they could because you guys were buying into this me being a piece of shit type of stuff. But then again, you guys were young, which is understandable. So it's easy for me to kind of let it go. Um, I don't. I mean, I don't give a shit about it anymore. But at the time, I cared. So at the time,
I'm gonna stop you right there. I never
okay,
considered you a piece of shit, but at the same time, I was tired. For me, at least in that point of time in my life, it was
yeah,
very dramatic, and I was also going through some dramatic shit or traumatic shit in my personal life. So I was just like, fuck it. But I still had a passion for it, so
yeah,
I was like, fuck it, I'll do my own shit.
yeah. I believe that. I believe all of that. I stand by all of that 100%. because everything you did at the time made sense, and I can tell because you had your own show. So I'm like, it was very clear that you just wanted to focus on the wrestling, So and I learned from that as well, and like, but after Hudson was gone, Mark comes to me and he says I want out of my contract, and then Marcus Holloway comes to me and says the same thing, I want out, and I told him sure, no problem. I granted them their JTV release, whatever. And then, from my understanding, I don't know if it was Nick's, I don't know if it was Marcus, I don't know if it was Mark. I heard from the grapevine. I don't remember from who, so I can't say who. Um, I had heard things like some of you guys. I don't know if you were one of them. You're here to cut me off anytime. I had heard from the grapevine that different people was mad at me that I gave like Marcus and Mark and all these people their release. And it was almost like, what was I supposed to beg you guys to stay? Because I wasn't going to do it. If you wanted to go ahead. You know what I mean? It wasn't you because by that time you already left. So it was like other people. It was probably Marcus, or it could have been Nick's. It could have been Mark Bannon. I don't know, but that's what I heard. And I thought it was weird because I'm like, okay, so I'm the piece of shit. I'm toxic. I'm all this other stuff. I give these guys the release that they asked for, and yet I'm being shitted on because, like, I gave them what they wanted. Was I supposed to? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to beg? Is that what y'all wanted me to do? Just beg? Please don't leave. It wasn't gonna happen. You want to leave? I gave it to you. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that wanted to leave, So it was stuff like that that went on. And then when you did the full on wrestling, um, me and Corey got to that point, and Corey felt a certain way, and now Corey's like siding with you and siding, because Corey was trying to be the peacekeeper as well. Corey was tired of the shit, you know. So Corey was just like breaking down to where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna leave everything. I'm gonna just leave. I'm not gonna be with DRASCAL and them, and I'm not gonna be with you. I'm just gonna leave everything. And I started realizing what it
Hold
was.
on,
Yeah,
hold on. I think before we get to this part of everybody leaving to go to like FHW, or at least the releases, anyways.
yeah.
I believe we talked about it before any of that shit happened. FHW was originally supposed to be like a co-partnership with your league,
I don't remember that.
because you
It that,
allowed.
that was your plan. I'm assuming that was originally your plan,
Yeah, because
or
Colin Klein was
or
going
did
to be
I?
the first that came over.
Colin Klein was going to be the first to come over. So we talked about FHW before you guys were gone. Is what you're saying?
Yes,
Oh, I don't remember
you
that.
knew it was going to happen,
I don't
because
remember that.
but that was my plan originally, to have FHW be like a co-partnership with JTV.
Yeah, I mean, and it was going to be the same thing with WPW, Low Rider Show. It's just that things just happen like that. So after that, it was like I felt some type of way. I did, and when me and Corey talked, Corey was like the last one because you was already gone. You're with DJ, you're with Arian Lowe and all of them. Nix is gone, Marcus is gone, Mark Bannon is gone. So when I talked to Corey, I'm trying to like wake him up. I'm trying to convince him, like, bro, don't buy into the fucking bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They're just trying to egg you on to fucking leave and stuff like that. Corey couldn't do that. And Corey was trying to be the peacekeeper, like you were trying to be the peacekeeper. And that's why you had FHW going on. Did I say it right? FHW or
Yes,
FH?
you did.
Okay,
Yes.
FHW. So you guys are trying to be peacekeeper. It's just that you and Corey and Hudson, you handled it in the bullshit way. Had you had handled it the way Uncle D and Mr. Amazing did it, everything would have been fine. I believe everything would have been fine because what me and Low Rider really needed was a break from each other. I look back and I think about that happening and I just think it's fucking stupid. But it was what he said that was fucking disrespectful. You know what I mean? That led to me just going, fuck this dude. So going back to Corey, Corey was like the last one. And we had an event coming up, and Corey was the JTV World Heavyweight Champion at the time. So he had the belt, and Corey pissed me off so fucking much that I decided Corey didn't want to leave neither. Corey at first told me he was leaving, and then he changed it. And when he changed it, I'm like, no, you don't get to go back now. I was fucking pissed. So I told him, look, this is what we're gonna do. You want to be with them so fucking bad. We're gonna have you drop the fucking belt at the next pay per view, and you're done. You're out of here. Corey didn't want to do that. Corey wanted to be my friend, and he wanted to be with you guys. I can see it from Corey's perspective. I can get sad and get in Corey's position and go, damn, bro, like our era was legendary. The shit that we had was fucking iconic. That combination of me, you, Ari, Hudson, Uncle D, Mr. Amazing, Corey, that crew was insane.
Come to
Insane.
think about it, this is completely off topic. I don't mean to keep interrupting
No,
you, but
no, go ahead. That's why we're
shit.
here.
I'm remembering my first promo against fucking Hudson. I sounded like a little bitch. I'm being straight up too. I'm like, what? I didn't even know what the fuck I was saying. I was getting
Everybody
frustrated.
sound like a little bitch.
But
When I sounded like that when I
I,
started.
I could have made my promo better by calling him a fucking cameraman, but here we are.
Oh man.
I should have said
So
that.
yeah, you should have done. You should have kicked them right in the fucking nuts. You could go ahead and bury Jason Hudson if you want to. I mean, it's not like he's gonna come on here and say anything. So
No, no, I'm not trying to bury him. Me and him are still
no,
intact.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
Uh,
kidding.
uh,
So, but yeah, where was I? So the FHW stuff is going on, and Corey this doesn't want to leave, but I'm forcing him to leave. So that was me. I'm the one that got rid of Corey Flash. I terminated him, and I said, "You're leaving. You're out of here." And what happened after that was Corey went and got involved with you, and Corey was talking some shit to me in the inbox. Sometime after that, he was like, "Yo, I'm gonna work with DRASCAL, and we're gonna put you out of business and stuff." And I was hot because I'm trying to explain to him like, "Yo, this is not a storyline for me, you fucking idiot. I
yeah,
don't give a shit
that's
about
news
this."
to me.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like to me, this is not a storyline. I'm not playing with you guys. I'm not playing back. I'm not in character, bro. This is real life. I have a personal problem with Lowrider, the person who plays the character. And you guys are siding with him and buddying with him. This is not cool. This is not okay. This is you're it's real life now. And you
I
guys are
can't
with
remember, but
uh,
maybe you do. Was Lowrider on my show when it was around?
no, I don't think he was just in y'all crew. He didn't get to come out. I
Okay.
remember that he was involved with y'all, but you didn't get the opportunity to debut him. You got the opportunity to debut Corey, or should I say the Obliterator in all fucking red, which is fucking garbage. You know what I mean? But it was something that happened, and I remember him being your office guy at the time, and he was talking shit to me in the inbox. We're gonna put you out of business, this and that. So I was explaining to him like, "Yo, this is not a storyline. You understand that, right? If I see you in real life, I'm gonna break your fucking jaw. Like this is just what it is." And there was different things happening to me sometime before that. Also, something else I want to bring up. I remember I put a picture up on Facebook when I was real skinny and I was going through shit. I'm not gonna say no names, but I remember people, some of you guys making fun of me at the time. Some of the shit I was going through, which I thought that was some low life type of shit as well. But you guys were young, you know what I mean? Because there was that one picture I took at the hotel, and I've put a lot of my pictures private now because over the years people just got fucking weird. I
I
encourage
don't
the
remember
same for you
saying
guys,
anything.
huh?
I don't remember saying anything.
I don't know. I don't know if you did or didn't, but I could remember. There was some fun being poked at me at the time, which I didn't appreciate, but it's in the past. I don't care about it. I just want to put that on the record. So going back to where we're at with Corey, Corey's over there with you. I remember Corey coming out in red. I remember Hudson debuting. I don't remember if Ari was on it. Lowe was not on it. Mark was on it. I remember Mark being the first person that came out with the show started, and he was talking some shit to me. And I wish you wouldn't have deleted it because it would have been a great archive for the future. But it's gone. And so Mark fucking
I
was
think
talking shit.
it deletes by itself after like a certain amount of years. Because I swear I didn't delete shit. But
Okay,
yeah, go ahead, keep going.
okay. It doesn't delete. It doesn't delete. And if my memory serves me correct, you deleted it because reasons I'm gonna get into in a little bit. But so I I saw it. I watched it. I thought it was pretty bad. If I got to be honest, I thought I laughed when Mark was trying to take shots at me and being nice at the same time. But I never really took it personal. I just thought that it was just funny. And you guys had a decent show because you had good talent on there on the card. So that part I liked about that. And sometime after that show, I wanted to shut that shit down immediately. I wanted to shut that shit down. That is the truth, right from me. So I reached out to Drascal after some time when because Corey wanted to play fucking games with me in the inbox. And when Corey's like, yo, we were going to put you out of business, this and that, I'm like, okay, you want to know who I am, right, motherfucker? I'm going to show you who I am. I reached out to you, and you and I negotiated for you to come back to JTV because you were trying to be the peacekeeper and you wanted to come back at the time. And that's what resulted in you coming back, and you got that big fancy music video that we put together. Uh, from my understanding, Drascal, you went and sort of conditioned and led Hudson and all of them to believe that I was the big evil manipulative guy that was coming along to shut your promotion down, and that's the reason you got to close it because this and that. When in reality, you agreed to come back, and you know what it is that we negotiated on. The agreement was you can keep your FHW, whatever, but you got to get rid of the people that have issues with us. And you didn't want to tell them that. Instead, you told them that it was me when it was your decision that you just canned them, but you want to be nice about it. And as a result, I believe you deleted your channel or deleted the video because it was one and done.
Hmm.
Do you want to say anything on that? I'll stop right there.
I'm a bit foggy on the situation, but somewhat of what you're saying was true. And what I
Okay.
said earlier, I didn't have the resources to continue it either. So,
You did
but
say
at the
that. You
same
did.
time, I try to understand both sides before I take, the action that I'm gonna take. And at the time, I didn't want to get rid of anybody, but at the
Yeah.
same time, I really did want to come back. So,
Y-
knowing me, I'm always in the fucking middle. So, yeah,
You're right. You're right. That's a good point. You're right. I see that. I see it from your perspective. Um,
maybe that was the reason why I deleted it. If I
yeah.
did, I really don't
And,
remember.
and I'm telling you, man to man, right now, I'm not holding that against you. I just wanted people to know because shit like that was used against me to try to build me into a fucking monster. Uh, what I take responsibility for that made me a piece of shit was that I wanted to shut it down. Well, I didn't want to shut it down. I just wanted them gone. That's the truth. That's not your fault. That's not your doing. That's on me. So I made the decision to make an agreement with you. I didn't tell you you had to stop doing FHW, but I definitely told you you had to get rid of them. And of course, we know, just to be clear, it would be probably Corey, Airy, Lowe, and Hudson. I didn't have an issue with Mark,
I'm
even
pretty
though he
sure
could.
I already knew who you had a problem with.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to clear it so that they know. I'm putting myself on the spot. I just want to make it clear. I didn't care about the Marcus, maybe Knicks. I think I wanted Knicks going from there too, but Marcus never really did nothing to me, and Mark never did nothing to me neither. They were just following along, and I get it. And they caught on eventually. But to me, it was very interesting because after that happens, right, that you guys are doing the show and they got shut down and stuff like that went on. Um, you came back to JTV and the show is gone now. That promotion is just shut down. And when you came back, you and I had a conversation in which we were going to do something fucking iconic. And I came to you and I was like, "How do you feel about coming to the freak show?" And it was just like, "Holy shit, how beautiful!" It makes sense because if you look back at Drascal's history, back in the old next gen, back in the day, he used to wear face paint back in the day in 2K14. So I said, what if we went back? The face paint comes back, and I put you in the freak show. Because when I wanted to take the face paint off of him back in the day, I said, look, this fucking kid is talented. He don't need no fucking face paint. He has everything. He's a total package. So I didn't think he needed the face paint, and I was right about that. He had
Oh
all
yeah,
the
yeah.
tools. Huh?
Uh, nah, keep going.
So basically I wanted to revert back in time and I wanted to put the face paint on him and put him in the freak show. And it was a smart idea. He liked it. I liked it. So we did that, right? Um, it didn't happen right when he came back, but we were negotiating stuff like that. Sometime when stuff like that was going on, that he came back to JTV, and this is like 2019. Um, yeah, yeah. 2K,
2018.
2018.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so 2018, 2018, 2018. So when that stuff is going on, all the shit that Corey was telling me, it changes. He switches up the temperature. First is fuck you, we're gonna put you out of business. Corey, I'm not playing with you. Don't be in my inbox cutting fucking promos because this situation is for real. It's not a fucking character thing. Two, now Drascal's back to, hey man, I apologize. I'm sorry. Can I come back? And the answer is no. I'm like, hell no. Drascal could come back, but you're not coming back. And he got pissed at me. How the fuck is it that he could come back, but I can't? This and that. And my thing was like, I've known Corey longer than I've known any of y'all. There was no reason that motherfucker should have ever stood me up in any way, shape, or form after everything I done for that kid. So I'm like, hell no, you ain't fucking coming back. You know what I'm saying? You wanted to talk your shit. Now you're laying in shit and you're gonna stay there. You made your bed of shit. Now you gotta lay in it. You're not fucking coming back. So I put him through hell. I spent like a year torturing Corey, and I made a meeting with Corey in real life. And I said, we're gonna meet up and we're either gonna have a drink, get something to eat, and we're gonna go to the WWE show, or I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. We're gonna beat the shit out of each other on the sidewalk. One of those things is gonna happen. So we had a meeting together. We met up like men. And when Corey shows up at a restaurant called McMahon, ironically, which I was dining at, I'm drinking beer. And I told the guy, take my card and give me a medium rare burger. So they're making my burger and I'm drinking fucking beer. And I'm waiting for Corey. I have my back to Corey so he can do whatever he want to do. But he better make it count. So Corey shows up, passed me on the fucking shoulder, and that's the second time that I met Corey in real life. The first time I met him, it was just sweet. He was a sweet kid. But the second time, it was just like, we have a problem. We have to fix this the right way like men. So Corey shows up, and we just talked. It went positive. He wasn't being aggressive. He listened to what I had to say, and I listened to what he had to say, and then it became like, do you want a fucking beer? And he said, hell yeah. We started drinking beer, and then we met up with that other fucking idiot, Craig Mack. That's me. That's not you saying that. That's me. I take responsibility. You know what I mean? So, and Craig was good to me when we met. He was a real sweetheart. He was a great guy. I thought he was a great guy, but it's besides the point. So after that meeting, Corey talks to me, and Corey realizes that DJ, Jason Hudson, encouraged all these people to leave JTV, right? But after that, there was like really no friendship like that. And he didn't really fuck with them like that. So people like Corey, people like Marcus, people like Nix, people like Mark, they started realizing, wait a minute, this fucking dude was just trying to get me to leave. This is about Jay. This is not about doing the right thing. So it started hitting them like that. And Corey realized that. And I told him when we was in the fucking bathroom peeing together, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, you do realize who the fuck your real friend is now, right? This is for real. And he's like, yeah, I see it now. I see now what happened. So he woke up and realized what had happened. So at that point, it was just like we were straight. But I told him, you're still not coming back. And I laughed in his face. You know what I mean? And it's like, you're still not coming back. We're good, but you're not coming back. But I'm going to give you an opportunity to come back. And what we did was Corey gave me a channel with like 600 subscribers that I don't use, but I did use. And Corey was sent to an affiliate show of ours that I don't want to mention. And I told them, you need to go there and you need to get over. If you could get over there, maybe you could come back. Maybe. So Corey goes to this show and becomes the hottest heel in that promotion. You know what I mean? And they're one of our partners at the time. And I got pissed because I'm like, oof, he's fucking killing it over there. I got really jealous. So Core eventually winds up coming back, and the story with Corey can end right there, as far as it pertains to you, his story can end right there. So sometime after that, we go into the year 2019, and you're doing all this dope shit. TV is hot. We haven't signed Shendon yet. Um, there's no Amber Rocks yet. You have a roster of talented people. Hudson is not there anymore. Ari and Lowe are not there, but you got all these people that just been killing it. Jay Rio got a push. You got a push. Uh, King Wolf got a push, as I remember. Marcus got um, to a point with me, and same with Mark, that when they realized what DJ was doing and what was going on with Lowrider, they realized we need to get back because DRASCAL's back. Mark didn't reach out to me soon enough, but it started with I can't go there yet. I have to wait a moment. Okay. Yeah, it was sometime around 2019. I want to say that it started with the first person that knocked on the door was Marcus, I believe. Yes, it was Mark. Marcus was the first one that knocked and said, "Look, I apologize. I understand now what was going on." And this motherfucker, look at that, y'all. For all you JTV nostalgia, look at what that man just put up. Y'all see that? That's the original right there. But who's in the comment? Oh, that's Nick. Okay. So anyways, so you know, everybody started realizing what DJ was really trying to do. And so when you was doing your thing in 2019, Marcus came knocking and said, "Look, man, he tried to make peace with me, stuff like that." And I took my time with that, but I thought Marcus was very sincere about it. He took time to think about everything, and I'm like, "Look, Marcus didn't do nothing to me. He was just trying to be the peacekeeper, be friend, and everything." And so I'm not gonna not let him come back. So I kind of let that one go, and then sometime after, I'm assuming that I guess Knicks. I could see Knicks, Jaden Nix and Marcus talking around that time and going, "Yo," and Knicks probably told him. I'm assuming Knicks probably told him, "Damn, you came back. I gotta come back." So Knicks took time to come to me and mention God and say that he had made peace and that he's following kind of in those steps, making peace and whatnot. And this is like, I'm assuming 2019 or something like that. And so I can remember Jaden Nix, obviously, like I said earlier, being one of those guys that was willing to die on the sword for Lowrider. Meanwhile, I find out that they're having fucking problems at that time, that they were arguing and this and that. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. If anything, Low should be loyal to Nix because he was willing to lay on the sword for him, like Hudson, like Ariel, all of y'all. So how are they having issues? So it interests me. So at that point in time, when Nick came and he apologized to me like a man, talked to me like a man, I said, we're straight. And I allowed him to come back. And then he did something I did not like. And what he did was he was still buddies with you. It seemed to me like he was always loyal to you. He was always good to you. He was always great with you. I have not had one conversation with Jaden Nix in which he ever shitted on you, talked bad about you, nothing like that ever that I could remember. So pausing right there for a moment, what is your relationship with Jaden Nix and how do you feel that he's been loyal to you all the way till today, to this day?
I mean, we had a falling out too. We didn't talk for a while too.
Oh,
So
I didn't know that. When was that, if
uh,
I can ask?
around the same time that FHW got deleted and I got released, I released myself again, or like I quit again.
Okay.
But
How
it,
come?
how come what?
How come there was an issue? Was it about me?
No, there was no issue. It wasn't about you or him. We just stopped talking. To be honest, as soon as I left the second time, I really didn't talk to anybody. Uh,
Okay.
at the same time, I was trying to figure my own shit out,
Yeah.
and I already knew there was problems going on between everybody else, and I was like, I'm not gonna intervene in all that bullshit because I was already going through some bullshit in real time too. So,
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense.
but then
Makes
we
sense.
eventually started talking again, and it's actually because of him that I was actually willing to get on this podcast with you and start smashing shit, letting it all
Okay.
go because
Yeah.
I know eventually, or not even, I'm going to Jay Nix is gonna get that ass whooping.
Okay. There you go, Nix. Don't poke the bear. Don't poke the bear, Nix. You just heard what he said if you're in the comments. So but I mean it's gotta mean something to you that even though you guys had a falling out, I've never seen him talk bad about you. He was a supporter of you. As a matter of fact, when he came back to JTV, I remember that he was still buddies with you, and I didn't like it. The POW stuff was not going on yet, but uh, um, I don't think quite yet at that time. And it was just like, here he is saying that he's cool with me and all this other stuff, but then I see him buddies with you in the comments somewhere that I saw it for myself. It wasn't that somebody told me. So I felt some type of way about that. I did. We lost DRASCAL. We will get him back momentarily. What's up with y'all, man? Smash that like button. You already know what it is. I want to send a special shout out real quick to my boy Chris Conscience. I'm looking forward to doing some commentary with that man real soon. And he coined the phrase, a real good mafia meeting. I like that. I like that. We got a comment from Nick Kaikan says, if only a certain Phoenix I knew got the memo. No disrespect to him, but Drasco is doing what he didn't better. Okay, I'm confused with that last part, but I think I get it. Mark Bennett says, I really couldn't find myself being a bad person or trashing people that helped me. And Kevin, you helped me out a lot. Thank you, Mark. Same here. You've done the same for me. VIP says, good shit, y'all. I agree. This is how real men handle their shit. I agree with that. What else do we got here? Conscience says, sounds like another story that I know. Mm-mm-mm. I like this one from Jada Nix. He says, Colin needs medal for being a good human. I agree with that. Great guy. Since day one, he's been fantastic. Uh, so Draskell hit me up. Let me try to see if I can get him back. It's kicking him or something like that. Let me try to get him back on the show. Get him a link just in case. So he will be back momentarily. I want to try to remember what we were talking about, and we've got Draskell back in the studio.
fucking, fucking, give me a fucking hamster and some cheese. Put that bitch on the wheel because this shit is not working.
Well, I mean, we're getting there. We're getting there. We've been on the air for 2 hours, so this is the last hour. We're gonna close out the show eventually. We're getting there, but it's been positive so far. I like the comments that I'm seeing and stuff like that. And Nick's came back to JTV. I was gonna take my time with him, whatever. I didn't like that he was buddies with you, but in a way I did because I'm like, it's interesting that he's still loyal to him.
Did
So
you hear everything I said before it kicked me out though?
yeah, yeah, I heard everything you said.
Okay, because I was still going when I got kicked out, so I was just making sure.
Oh no, I mean, if you want to continue, go ahead.
Uh, what was the last part you heard?
Um, I mean, I remember you saying that y'all had him and had a falling out, basically, and I find that interesting because it's just like this guy seemed like he was so with you.
I
You know what I
wouldn't
mean?
say falling out, but we like disconnected. Kind of like
Yeah.
I keep fucking doing in this fucking podcast because I got fucking cheese net.
No, that's funny. That's real funny. It's a good one. That's a really good one. So yeah.
They
So
tried to put me down, but it wasn't enough.
oh no, Shannon, if you're watching, I know you're screaming. You don't know how so many years we would play that audio in the party and laugh. No idea. No idea. You know what
I
I'm
got a
saying?
little a little note from Maverick too. You want to try making you want to try making a group better? Can't just throw on some flip flops and some face paint and call it good. Your promos are pretty
Ooh.
bad, but
Ooh, we're gonna get back to that, Maverick. We're gonna get back to that. He just trashed the shit out of Maverick live on the air. I want to send a shout out real quick to my boy over there, Kentucky Gamers. TNA Titan Nation Alliance says great show. Thank you, sir. We're trying, but let's continue. So, so you're back. Nix is Marcus is back. Nix is back. Hudson didn't want to have nothing to do with us. Ari and I don't talk. Me and Lowrider don't talk. And then eventually, somehow, some way, Mark finally gets in my inbox and reaches out. It took that motherfucker a long time to me, even though it was probably a little over like 2 years or something like that that I remember he was gone. I just felt like it was an eternity. And I wanted to work with Mark because Mark was great. So Mark eventually hits me up, whatever, he's back. Things seem somewhat right in the world. You know what I mean? Time is passing, whatever. And you're doing shit. I mean, you're doing a lot of shit. I mean, you've gotten Freak Show over. The faction is booming because of you. You have gotten this DRASCAL Freak Show persona over and it worked. You're cutting hot promos. You're doing hot scenes. You're having hot matches with a lot of top stars. Um, and I had a situation with VIP and J Rio at a pay per view called uh, Chemical Warfare. Chemical Warfare, I had a 6-person ladder match, and Drasco had just gotten back. For those of you that assume that I just gave him an instant title shot, there's a reason why that happened. Okay, I'm gonna explain. VIP and J Real no showed on me at that pay per view, and I was fucking pissed. I don't remember why J Real no showed, and I don't want to make nothing up. But VIP no showed, and he told me he was locked up, and I thought it was real. So I'm like, how the fuck did this dude get locked up? I'm pissed. I'm wondering what did he do? And then I find out after the tapings and stuff like that what really happened is that he lied. It wasn't that he was locked up, it's that he took a picture inside of a cage and he wanted to go do something, he wanted to go out. That's something that he should have relayed to me. That's something that we could have negotiated. That's something that he could have handled better. I'm giving you a shot at the World Heavyweight Championship in a 6-person ladder match. And you and Jay Real throw that away like it's nothing, like it don't mean shit. So I took that some type of way, and both of them got in trouble. So I replaced both of them, and I had to put, I want to say, I think it was Burke Lawson in the match, and then the other person that I came up with was you, because I thought it's the right time. He's ready. I had a feeling that you was gonna win that match because the way you played 2K was just like you was a beast, and that's how I really felt. I wasn't sure if I wanted you to win because it was too soon, but when you won, I'm like, well, fuck yeah, I'm ready. Let's do it. He's got the belt. When you
I'm in the
became,
same boat.
yeah, when you became the world heavyweight champion, I'm like, it's okay because it's convincing with him. It's safe with him because it's like he's over and he's good. So you didn't do nothing wrong by having him get a shot at the title and that he won the match. This is what you need right now. You don't have to be mad about it. This is a good thing that happened. He's got the belt. Now you can do something with the freak show and him. This is excellent. And just imagine, right, if Jason Hudson was still in JTV. Imagine the fucking ultimate showdown that you and that motherfucker would have had together. You know what I'm saying? It would have been fucking insane. That nickname he used to have, the Highway. You know what I mean? All the matches that you guys had up to that point, whether it was simulation or PvP, it worked and it got over. And I want to quick shout out both of you guys for JTV Mass X 2016, if you remember it. That was a pay per view with just fucking matches, and you guys ran it. It was the first next gen pay per view, that ever took place, and you guys ran it, and it sold out, and it was excellent. And you guys convinced me that wait a minute, I don't even have to do cutscenes for JTV. JTV sells alone just on the wrestlers that's there. You guys were two of those wrestlers. So I want to give a quick shout out to Jason Hudson and you for doing shit like that at that time. But going back to 2019, you're doing all this stuff. You finally convinced me, sometime around 2015, I think it was like 2017 or something like that. 2017 or so, you had me meet Ken Wolf. And when I met Ken Wolf, well, actually, I'm lying. It's not true. I met him around 2015.
I'm
But
gonna I'm
Wolf,
gonna answer this real quick because it does
go ahead.
involve the person you're talking about.
Okay.
This whoever Kentucky Gamer is, he was asking about my favorite match. It actually has to do with the dude you're talking about. Me and King Wolf versus. Oh yeah, me and King Wolf. I think it was at Ultimate Showdown 4. It was like a 3 stages of hell or some shit.
Something like that. Now that I think about it, something like that.
If
I
you
remember
ever
something like
need someone that can tank headshots or being dropped on their head, give me a call.
that. Well, that's that. I have nothing else to add to that. But it answers your question right there. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave that up in the air. But so I met Ken Wolf in 2015. I remember now because PlayStation Home was going away. But he wasn't gonna come to JTV just yet. We just talked. DRASCAL told me, hey, I got a friend, and I want to get to know the guy. So by around 2017, stuff like that, whatever, he debuts this and that. He had a good run in next gen. I understand, and it's not about Wolf, but I do want to say because Wolf did lie about something on there elsewhere. Um, every single championship that Ken Wolf has ever had, I gave to him. This promotion gave to him from his world television title, whatever, all that. He's a good wrestler, all that stuff, but all that shit was scripted. So when he said once upon a time that he earned all that on all that other stuff, that's not true. That's a lie. He had great matches. He busted his ass. What he earned was his opportunity to be a top star. That's what he did earn. What he earned is the right to say that him in the faction that y'all was in, which was called EOP Empire of Pain, it was good. That was good. He did real good in that. And he's someone we have to talk about in a bit because, but there was a lot of different things that definitely went on for sure, good and bad. But out of the good things that he did, he busted his ass. He did, but all his championships was gifted by JTV. Every single one. All of that shit was handed over, just like he was handed over. I think he was POW World Champion once upon a time. That was also handed over, but we'll get to that later. We'll get to that later. So uh, nonetheless, yeah, like Wolf was there at the time, and I wanted Mr. Amazing to have his moment. I fucked that up. That's my fault. I take responsibility for that because I made a decision sometime that year. I was having conversations with SYM Shut Your Mouth, my good old buddy from the SVR days. And he would ask me from JTV from time to time, how's it going, this and that. And I'm like, it's going good, man. And we would talk about other stuff. It wasn't just always about JTV because him and me were close. So we got to a point where I decided that I was not okay. After some of the stuff that was going on, because before I got rid of DJ, if y'all remember, before I got rid of Jason Hudson, I was not okay. And I said, you need to take yourself off of creative because you're not good. And I didn't want to be Kevin Impact anymore, neither. And if for those that remember, I cut this promo on Mega Rush, and then I'm like, I'm going away. And I stepped away, not just as Kevin Impact, but I stepped away as like the writer. So SYM was brought in to be the writer because I thought it was the right thing to do at the time. That's what I believe. That was the worst mistake that I could have made in my life, but I thought it was the right thing. Uh, Also, something else I'm sure you don't know, DRASCAL, is that back in the day, anytime SYM was in charge of JTV, it was chaos. I'm sure he's not going to tell you that. Why would he? It was very chaotic. Witnesses, Lowrider and Corey. Go talk to them. Get their side of the story. But it was chaos with him back in the
I
day.
I didn't even know he was part. He controlled it at some point.
Yeah, he controlled it back in the day because he was like some kind of a writer. But the thing about SYM is he always loved power, if you will, and control. So the thing about him is that what he would do is, like, if I put him as the writer in his mind, he thought he was the boss. And then not only does he wants to tell people what to do, but he wants everything that he's saying to be used, even if it's a bad idea. You see what I'm saying? So back in the day, it was a problem, and that's why we parted ways at that time when we stopped talking. And I think it was like sometime after 2K14, we stopped talking, him and me, and then we reconnected again. And he was like, "Oh, I heard you got married, this and that," uh, and gave me a shout out. And that's how we started talking again, and I became friends with him again. We started gaming and talking. Uh, One thing I regret that I do guilt myself in a way is that I should have never ever put him in office position because it deteriorated our friendship. If I would have never did that, me and him would still be talking. Probably would still be talking. We still probably would have been good friends. Assuming that he would have been caught and snitched on, you know, and it was Trey Jeter who snitched on him, and who told me, about him going behind my fucking back and whatnot, talking about my problem with lowrider and this and that. And I had
I
taken
remember
things a
the name.
certain way. You know what I mean? I had taken shit a certain way. So it was a lot of different things that went on that why I made the decisions that I made. I was never a fucking bad guy. It's just that I kept being put in positions just like you. I was in the middle just like you. So we you was having a hot year in 2019. Chris Morales had came to JTV courtesy of Trey Jeter, and I thought that Chris was really good friends with Trey, but he was just a fake friend. I mean, Chris has always been fake. He's still fake. You know what I mean? And he's still a pussy. And that's just me talking. That's just what it is. I don't want to be friends with any of them. I don't give a shit. I only wanted to talk to you. That's what I told Shendon for a couple of years. I'm like, if I would talk to any of them, I only want to talk to DRASCAL because I didn't get that chance. You know what I mean? But we'll get back to that. So, um, whatever. Chris was having a good time. He was having a really excellent run in JTV. He was doing excellent work. He did fantastic job in Renegade Posse and fantastic job in Guerrilla Tactics. And shitty fucking promos. One of the worst promo guys of all time, but a amazing professional wrestler. He had a good look, and this fake Puerto Rican motherfucker had attitude, which I liked about him. So he was talented. You know what I mean? He did good. You were doing good. Wolf, I believe, was doing good. What Wolf didn't mention when you guys wanted to quote unquote find the power within yourselves is that he wanted to try to put SYM over and stuff like that, yada yada, whatever. And I'm bouncing from different parts. But we'll get back to it because we haven't jumped to the POW stuff yet. But um, all you guys was doing a fantastic job. But up to that point, me and SYM was fucking pissed at Wolf. We were talking about Wolf whenever we would, me and him would meet and talking about how he's a fucking issue and he's fucking annoying and he's a fucking pain because pay-per-view after pay-per-view, I'm trying to put him over. I'm trying to do things with him. I'm trying to take care of him, and he's making it a problem. It is my job, folks, as the founder of JTV, as the content creator, to get on you, Hudson, Corey, whomever, if we need shit done and you're not doing it. Chris and Wolf wanted to sit there and turn in a promo a month fucking later, DRASCAL. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not gonna work. It's an issue. That doesn't make me a bad guy if I get fucking pissed off. It's like, and there were times Wolf and was taking like a break, like he'll have a day off, but he wants to spend time with his girl. And this and that. It's like that's cool, but why the fuck do you not get your JTV stuff too? Make time for what we have going on. And if I push, I'm the worst person on the planet. I'm controlling. They want to call me Vince Russo and all this other stuff. I'm such a horrible person because I'm kicking you in the fucking ass and encouraging you to do your shit in JTV. Oh, I'm such a bad guy. Cancel me. Come on now. So
Mhm.
it was a lot of agendas being thrown around, and it was complete bullshit. And they never want to come on here and talk about it because they know they were wrong, and they know that they don't have anything. All they have is fucking lies and the shit that they wanted to smear. That's why I wanted to brainwash them on, you know? So the year kept going, whatever. We get to Ultimate Showdown with you. Ultimate Showdown was it. Ultimate Showdown number 4. The World Heavyweight Championship is on the line. It is the dream match at Showdown that Wolf didn't necessarily deserve. He didn't deserve that match. We gave him that match as a favor. Mr. Amazing deserved that match. There was a lot of people. Jason Hudson deserved that match. Okay? Not Wolf. Wolf was all right. I liked Wolf. I loved Wolf. I got along with Wolf. I trusted Wolf. I trusted both of you guys to deliver and headline Ultimate Showdown. The match goes on. Up to that point, every pay per view, Wolf has been fucking annoying. But instead of me getting rid of him or whatnot, I just shut the fuck up and I worked with him as best as I can. You know, fast forward, we get to Ultimate Showdown. Wolf's attitude has not changed. We go into this fucking match, and it was a bad match. You go into this match, you beat the shit out of him, you dominate him, you embarrass him, and he doesn't like it. And he instantly wants to do over. He instantly wants to go back in time. You don't get to go back in time. You get one shot at the World Heavyweight Championship at a match like Ultimate Showdown. I am not a bad guy that I did not give him a rematch. Now, I understood your perspective, DRASCAL. I looked at it after you was like, look, man, I'll run it back. I don't give a shit. You know, I'll give him the title. I don't give a shit. I respected that of you. But I don't like how after the match was done, he comes, has this shitty fucking match that he himself put together when he should have been ready for. You didn't like that you smoked his ass like a blunt. And then I'm wrong. I'm the problem, right? I'm the bad guy because I won't reset the match. That's not how it works. You were courteous enough with him after. He shitted on both of us, if you remember. He talked shit to me after the match, and then he talked shit to you, and he acted fucking childish like a little bitch, and he stormed off out of a party chat and was like, I don't remember what he said. I don't want to make nothing up, but it was something along the lines of like, fuck me and fuck you. And he walked out. Bro, what are you talking about? You're getting a shot at the world title. You're headlining Ultimate Showdown. You know what I'm saying? You're doing all this cool shit, and you want to add something because you got kicked.
uh, no, but I did miss half of what you said. But on the topic of Wolf losing, uh, coming from my own personal experience with him, he does not like to lose. So,
That's
uh,
fine. Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
fine.
yeah, I didn't mind running it back, but at the
Yeah,
same time, I do know he did shit on both of us. He was chewing me out. I'm pretty sure at the same time he was chewing you out.
I was there. He
Yeah.
chewed both of us out. I was there when he did that to you and
And
to me.
honestly, I think he did it. I mean, he maybe lost because it was a 3 stages of hell, right? I don't remember completely, but
My memory's fogged up, but
there was like three
he
matches between the whole thing. He won like a submission match that was like the middle match or some shit.
yeah,
Yeah. So I
yeah, I
mean, he
remember.
beat me once, so he can beat me. The fact that he's mad because he did lose had me a little bit dumbfounded too. I even told him straight up too. I'll run it back. Just ask you.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, and
but
that
I
did
don't know.
happen. I remember that. That happened. That happened. You came and told me I'll run it back. I got no problem. I'll even give him the title. I don't give a shit. So I appreciated that from you, but that got me mad because I'm like, no, you shouldn't have to do that. We shouldn't have to run it back just because he's in his fucking feelings. So I thought he was out of line. I thought he should be saying, "My brother, I love you. Thank you so much for working with me at Ultimate
Now,
Showdown." And Jay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Like I thought he would be grateful for that. You know what I
now,
mean?
if there was like a problem, like the fucking pin bar glitched out, I would understand running it back and him being heated that he lost. But I don't think that
Absolutely,
happened. He was just really mad
absolutely.
that he fucking lost.
Absolutely,
Which
and don't get me wrong, I'm gonna defend him a little bit too. Of course, we could have ran it back, and of course, maybe I owed him some of that because he was loyal to me. He's the one who told me what Jason Hudson was doing behind my back and stuff like that. Of course, do I accept that as a man today? Yeah, absolutely, I accept that. It's just that I've never really been an ass kisser. You see what I'm saying? Whether it was SYM or whoever, I don't kiss ass. I make the decisions that I need to make. I didn't run the match back not because I wasn't his friend and I didn't love him. I didn't run the match back because it was not the right thing to do. He was granted this opportunity and he was not grateful for it. So you don't get it. It's taken away. And I was very happy to release that match after that of you whooping his fucking ass. I was very happy. And I can tell you that man to man, and I'm sure you believe me. I was very happy to put that out there and so people could see how he got his fucking ass whooped. You know what I mean? Just so he could know not to mess with me. So uh after Ultimate Showdown, no, no, after the TV taping, he doesn't like me anymore. There's resentment. He's not telling me nothing. He's not telling me he's pissed at me or nothing that I could remember. And I had introduced because SYM had been taken over. SYM was writing for JTV. We're talking now probably mid to late 2019. He's writing for JTV, this and that. And maybe it was early 2019. I don't remember. But so he's writing for me. And one of the things I'm noticing about SYM is that he's really densing down the fucking product. I mean, he did some cool things, don't get me wrong, and he definitely got the ratings up. No doubt about it. Absolutely. But you're condensing the fucking product down to where it's garbage. When you go on Mega Rush, you got to go all out. You're trying to put together 4 fucking matches per show. There was some Mega Rush that didn't even have Mr. Amazing on it, didn't have you on it. I'm like, how do you have fucking Mega Rush and not have the right people on there? You got to spam. But I understand that my creative mind and his creative mind is different. I'm someone that I like to pump up the show. He's someone that he likes to focus on specific people because his brain, he can't work with 80 people. I can't. He can't work with booking like 20 people on the show and finding what to do with them creatively. I can't. That's the difference between me and him. So I understood from that perspective. You know what I mean? I have my opinion on that. Besides that,
in some aspects, shorter
uh-huh.
is better.
Yeah, but I mean, for the JTV fan base and with the way we produce and do things, it was you're giving them less, and it's not a good thing. No, nobody likes to buy a pack of donuts that you have donuts missing out of it. Nobody wants to buy a car that's missing the door. Nobody wants a sneaker that's just one going 1 foot. You see what I'm saying? He was condensing the product down to where it was just like you're really limiting people and you're hurting the fucking product by doing that. That's my only opinion on it. That's it. Besides that, I defended him. I had his back, and there was no other issues. Everything was fine. I thought he was trying to do his job. I tried to shut the fuck up, and I tried not to get in his way because I said, if you're gonna fucking put him in charge, then you have to shut the fuck up and let him do things how he's gonna do things. Even though I have my reservations about that. Outside of that, I don't know what else happened. And supposedly shit was said to him, and I don't even know what the fuck it was because I didn't say anything else. Outside of that, that's the only thing that I felt. I was defending him, even when he was being toxic and controlling and all this other bullshit in his second run, which he was the writer for the show. And then I put him in a position where he can direct, he can make calls, but he really started taking control to where it went from we should do this to this is what we're going to do. People started noticing. I started noticing. Maverick started noticing. He was trying to make Maverick take the fall to, I think it was you on pay-per-view or something like that. Oh, be a good soldier, just lose. And it just certain things he did that rubbed people the wrong way. And I still defended him, still had his back all the way through, and I find out that he's shitting on me behind my back out of nowhere. And Corey's there and Trey Jeter's there and a couple of people. I'm like, why? I just didn't understand. You know what I mean? And what fucking reason did you have to do it? Just because I brought Lowrider back or what the case was. If I chose to make peace with the guy, I chose to make peace with the guy. It's not your fucking problem. Why are you talking shit? So that was fake. And I didn't know SYM was fake. I didn't know that. I didn't know him to be fake. I didn't know Chris was gonna be fake, and I didn't expect Wolf to be fake because he was so good to you, and I thought he was fucking amazing. I thought he was dope. You know what I mean? So I didn't know that about them. And in many ways, I thought you were fake. but I'm seeing everything from your perspective now, so I get it. Whatever, you know. Before you get your part, so I never told SYM he was fired, just so you know, because I know he spread that lie around and stuff like that. I didn't tell him he was fired. I have the message on PSN. What happened was when I found out he was shitting on me behind my back, I went and I messaged him. Not automatically. I took time to process that he was doing that. Him and Corey, uh, Trey Jeter told me about it, and I said, I'm taking the show back over. Fuck this. And I told him that. I told him, stop writing for the show. I'm taking it back over. He tells me, sure, brother, no problem. Everything is cool. And I didn't reply after that. I left it at that. Next thing I know, I'm hearing different things. I'm hearing uh, that he's trying to go to everybody. And he's like, oh, he got rid of me, LOL, this and that. Now he's trying to be buddies with everybody because he's already making the plan of having his own promotion and to try to compete with us because he thought that was going to do something to me. That's what his mind thought. You know what I mean? And a fucking environment that this is just a creative show. It's not even a job. I gave you the opportunity to write for my show. And when I take the shit back, you feel some type of way. You have no right to feel some type of way. I told him that it was going to be not permanent. I told him it was going to be temporary. You know, I didn't know he was going to take it as serious as he did. I didn't know that. And it did shock me. I wasn't shocked by that. So when I went on, I wasn't happy. And he's talking to all these people and friendships that were never really there. He's acting like it exists. Oh, Maverick, I love you. And DRASCAL, oh, I love you guys. And oh, I love Corey. Corey's my friend, bro. You were shitting on him before he got to Vegas. And we met up. What are you talking about? You shitted on him all the way through. When he found out that me and Corey had issues because he went with you, he was shitting on all over him. But he doesn't talk about that, does he? No, it's all about JK being the fucking bad guy. I'm such a horrible person. You know what I mean? But now you're kissing ass from left to fucking right. I didn't kiss your fucking ass. I didn't kiss nobody's fucking ass. You want to leave, leave. I don't give a fuck. I only want to work with you if we're good. But if you're going to work with me and it's all business, then it's all business if I choose to work with you. But if you're going to be a piece of shit, I don't want to work with you. I don't have to kiss nobody's fucking ass. I don't give a fuck who you are. You know? So plots start to begin. And I'm gonna be honest. You want to say something?
Oh, go ahead.
So Cowboy Jet was the one who came to me and told me about the plan that they had. I don't know if you knew about their plan at that time of the
I don't
POW
even know who
stuff.
that is.
Cowboy Jet was um oh, you probably don't know him yet, but SYM knows him. Cowboy Jet was he knew a couple people, and he got with them and stuff like that, and he was shitting on you guys, and he came to me and he told me about. He didn't say any names, but I knew about POW before it was gonna happen because of Cowboy Jet. And I told SYM about that during the phone call, but I didn't give him no name. And the reason I'm saying his name is because he shitted on us for some reason sometime. It was weird with him. It was weird because it was like he shitted on y'all and he told me, yo, there's traitors in your family, this and that. I'm like, who? He wouldn't tell me who. So I was anticipating something was gonna happen in a few days. I just didn't know when. And I couldn't tell who it was. Like I couldn't think in my mind who could it be. So I knew something was gonna happen. Um, and it was weird because he did the POW thing with y'all, but it was like sometime after that, it's like I told him the door is open anytime you want to come over because he said he was going to be involved with y'all on this and that. But then when we wanted to work with him in 2020, he was supposed to show up at our pay-per-view event, JTV Vendetta in Kuwait. So he didn't show, and we were going to change his name to Max Bravo because he kind of had like a Johnny Bravo type of gimmick, type of look to him, which is not very great. But I mean, he was on board. I mean, everything would have worked out. He no showed, and then I found out he's shitting on us again, and I'm like, I don't understand that. That was fucking weird. And then he wanted to say that what we do is quote unquote fake. We do the fake shit. Don't know what happened there. I had no problem with him. I was waiting for him to hit me up. I told him to cut a promo. He agreed to come in and he was going to talk about you guys at that pay per view. He agreed to it. It didn't happen. He wanted to also come on a podcast and shit on you guys. Didn't happen. He came to my inbox. He was shitting on all you guys. You know what I mean? And so to me, it was just like, that was weird. So he's the one that came to me and told me about what was going on. So it was interesting that the day that Ultimate Showdown was scheduled, I get a phone call from Corey. Corey Flash calls me on the phone. I pick up, and he's like, "We got a problem." And when he said that, I got nervous when he said that because I'm like, because Ultimate Showdown was scheduled. So when he said that, my first concern was that YouTube probably blocked Ultimate Showdown. And now Ultimate Showdown, I have to re-edit again and render again and upload. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, so I just told him straight up, I'm like, is Showdown okay? And he's like, Showdown's fine. There's no problem with Showdown. And I'm like, so what is it? And he's like, oh, they're getting the show. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, you got SYM, Wolf is with him, and Chris Morales is with him, and they're getting the show, and they're going up against us. And I started laughing. I said, oh, I don't give a shit about that, you know. But I thought it was interesting though. I thought it was very interesting, and the way that it was announced the day of Showdown. So that's why I knew what he was doing, and I know it had to do with him, unless it was Chris, you know, or whoever, you know. But so when that went on, right, I was a little annoyed, only because the incentive on that was let's go at JKID and JTV. It wasn't about wrestling. That POW stuff was never intended for you guys to have a fucking platform. He don't give a fuck about. He never gave a fuck about none of y'all. He got along with y'all. He cared about y'all. I believe his friendship to y'all is legit. I believe that. But it was a lot of fakeness going on because he was kissing you guys' ass so you can go with him. Because he was so mad that I got rid of him, which I never told him I got rid of him. I just told him stop writing. And after he assumed that he was fired from his position in a fucking video game, I don't know how I can fire you from a video game, but I didn't want to. My plan was not to talk to him for a while because I was hurt that he was going behind my back. So I'm like, I'm not going to talk to this dude. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna ever talk to him. And he was the one who made the decisions for me. I didn't have to do anything. So in a way, I thank him. You know what I mean? Because I didn't know how I was gonna say goodbye to him out my life because I cared so much about that motherfucker. You know, but I knew how fucking full of shit he was for many years. But I cared about him, you know, so I tolerated him. You know, it's kind of like you and Wolf, you know. I tolerate him and whatnot, you know, and I'm not saying you tolerate him. That's not what I'm saying. Because shit was thrown at me too, assuming that I was trying to draw a wedge with the both of you. It wasn't the case. A lot of us, and I'm saying this on air, a lot of us from people like Colin Klein and Mark saw how fucking fake King Wolf was with you and how in a way he was kind of manipulating you to like be his lackey to have his back and this and that. So that's the phenomenon we were speaking to. It had nothing to do with us not wanting you to be friends. I like that y'all were friends. I love both of you motherfuckers. You know what I mean? To death. You guys meant a lot. All of you meant something to me. Even Chris. I loved all you guys. That's how I fucking felt in my heart. It meant a lot to me, man. I really cherished that time when I thought everything was good. But so when all this shit is going on, there's all this stuff about I'm seeing posters about oh this person has the power and this and that, and he's trying to steal as many people as he can. And I can remember uh promotional stuff going on, all this other stuff, and I can remember you came to me and you told me, I just want you to know because I'm like Wolf is over there. That's the only thing that got me mad. I'm like, and I'm telling people like Corey, I'm like Wolf is over there. I got to talk to DRASCAL now. I don't like this. And at the time, I'm thinking, I really hope that me and DRASCAL don't have a problem again because we already got over the fucking FAW stuff, whatever. And I feel like I've let go of the stupid shit that went on because what he was really trying to do is give these kids a platform. And, you know, me and Lowrider would have squashed it anyway. So I'm like, whatever, you know. So I felt like I'm just going to move on. If DRASCAL says he's cool with me, I'm cool with him. Let's just move on. But At that time, once I saw Wolf was over there, I'm like, this is going to be a problem because DRASCAL's your world heavyweight champion, and those guys are close. So I'm like, you really don't think DRASCAL would be on some bullshit, you know? And I was talking to myself, thinking like, I don't want to believe that we would have an issue. I'm like, I just don't want to think that. So let me try to talk to him really fast, try to calm things down so he understands what's going on. And the idea that I had in my mind was just that you guys were still going to continue to be friends. So it was never my idea to break you up. I accepted actually that you guys were going to keep being friends and talking to each other. I just wanted you to understand that I'll work with you. You could do your JTV stuff. You can hang out with him, but I'm not going to be friends with him no more. You know, because when SYM took the POW approach, it was very deliberate. It was a very personal shot. Had nothing to do with 2K or gaming or wrestling. This had to do with he wanted to attack me personally. My everyday inner peace, he wanted to attack that. And that's evil as fuck. And that's what he wanted to do. And that's why he wanted to have this POW shit. You know, prisoners of war. Think about that. I didn't like that. I didn't like it at all. I wanted it to be a new company with a different name. And I hated, before I say this, let me finish this. You
Prisoners,
come to me, go ahead.
prisoners of war. Where the fuck you get that?
POW. That's where he got it from. That's what it is. There was a lot of subliminal messages that you guys didn't catch that I knew about. And I was trying to tell you about it, but people didn't want to listen to me. Okay, the POW stuff is prisoners of war. That is the POW. There's in military. There's a POW position you go into to protect yourself. Prisoners of war is a real thing. The incentive, the hidden meaning that he was trying to put together is that you guys were prisoners of mine. You guys were slaves of mine. That was the idea, the creative concept that he was trying to present. That I had held you back, that I was controlling you, and that I was the bad guy, and he was the hero coming to save the day. That he was liberating you as being my slaves and whatnot. You know what I mean? To push his agenda because there was an agenda he had, and then there's everything else you guys that was around you. That's what POW was. It was a prisoners of war thing. You know what I mean? And his first one of y'all first pay-per-view y'all had was like it was themed after a movie. If you didn't know that,
Mm-hmm.
it was like Armageddon Now or some shit like that. You remember, right?
Yeah.
So there's a movie. Everything he was doing was planned. It was deliberate. It wasn't like he was doing CAW stuff with you guys. He did enjoy it. I do believe that. I believe he had the passion. I believe he had the hype. But there was a little too much fucking motivation from you motherfuckers over there when you were going against us than when you were with us. Now that he's over there, there's all this effort and involvement and spamming of the show. And hey, we got to get 400 views, man, because we got to compete with JTV. We got to spam. Which we know that there was something fishy going on because you can't get those type of views that fast. So we know that there was tricks going on. It's very clear that he was doing shit behind the scenes out of desperation. Whether I think it was probably Chris. I don't think it was him. I'm assuming. I think Chris had to do with it, but I'm sure he was behind it. But that stuff was going on, and you told me at the conversation we had, and I'm like, look, man, I know Wolf is over there, stuff like that. I don't want there to be no issues, this and that. And you told me, don't worry about it. I'm not going over there, man. We're good. That's what you told me at the time, and I thought, and I believed you. I absolutely believed you. And I think it was like 2 weeks later your channel changes and you're like, oh well, I got into this because of Wolf, yada yada yada. So I'm gonna go over there, and I got
It
pissed.
took to reel me in,
They talked you into it, right?
pretty much.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
thought
I
it was
know.
just gonna be like a
No,
little
I
thing
know
like
that though.
FHW.
Yeah, no, I know. I know they talked you into it. I know that. I know that. Look, Corey's in the comment what he said. Shit on me like crazy. Yeah, absolutely, man. It's not that I'm shitting on you. It's the truth. It's what happened. You know what I mean? If you want to come on the next podcast, Corey, and tell your story, sure, I'll give you the airtime if I'm shit on you. But I'm telling you what happened. You know what I mean? So, uh, um, you told me that you weren't going to leave, and then you changed it. I'm assuming it was like a week or two later that you changed it. Let's stop right there for a moment.
Damn.
Let's just take a moment to stop right there. Now, you just said that they sold you on the idea to go on the POW and leaving us and all this other stuff, right?
Not SYM. It was Wolf.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. I believe that all the way. I believe that all the way. Okay, so Wolf is the guy who sold you onto this, and from a friendship standpoint, I get it, man. You know what I'm saying? I understand it. I got pissed off, and if you remember, I told you that I wanted you to stick around until you lose the belt, and it's like I kind of lied to you because it's like I got so mad that I'm like I don't even give a fuck. I'm gonna just get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna strip you out the title. So after I strip you out the title, what happens when you go over there, man? What's your side of the story? What's the vibe? What's going on?
It's the same story as FHW. I'm just over there to do my character, play a character, do what I love, shit like that. Like I told you before, even with the little shots that they had on the PLW where they had like pictures or something maybe,
Yeah,
or like there was like shots thrown at you, I was against it. But at the same time, I'm not the one the type to control people. So I was like,
yeah,
yeah, it's in the show and I don't like it, but at the same time, I don't know what to do because this is the
yeah.
only place I'm
I
at
get
right
that.
now, and I didn't know any other promotions to go to. So I was just like,
Oh no, I mean, yeah, I
I've,
believe
I've
you.
I even when I was doing that shit, I tried my best, even behind the scenes, to tell them to stop the bullshit, stop talking about them. I don't give a damn about the beef you have with the
Yeah,
JTV and its superstars. Leave it
yeah,
out. Create your own fucking storylines.
yeah. I agree.
I, but I mean, I really can't say much because like
Well, just your side. You know what I'm
I
saying?
didn't I
Just your
didn't I
side.
didn't really have a say in what went on. I
Yeah.
didn't even know that that shit was gonna be part of the show. It was just put in there, and then when I saw it, I was like, Jesus, can y'all just? Pretty much, I was like, stop, dude. This shit is annoying.
But do you not remember that before you went over there, I reached out to you and Wolf, and I specifically warned both of you guys. I said, look, you guys can do DZW. You could do whatever the fuck you want. I have no problem with that. You don't got to be in JTV. You could do whatever you want. But if you're gonna be involved with SYM, you're making it personal. And if I'm shooting over there, I'm taking shots. You guys are gonna be in the crossfire because you want to be involved with them. You know what I'm saying? Do you not remember me trying to warn you about shit like that?
I mean, it's so far. I don't remember that at all. But if
Okay.
that did happen, uh,
You
well,
wasn't even thinking. You wasn't even there.
at that point, I wasn't even part of the show. I was just a thought.
Uh, um, at that point, you were already going over there. Like it
Well,
was right. It was like probably the day after that. You're like, I'm out, or something like that. That you was like, I reached out to you and Wolf, and I remember texting Wolf. I don't remember where I contacted you, maybe Facebook, but I was texting Wolf, and I let him know, if you guys don't want any issues, stay the fuck out of, POW and this and that.
now
And
this is also where we get mixed up too because
okay,
I feel like some people they feel like they're entitled to an apology, but you also got to think in my position, I'm doing it for just because I got passion for it. It's not to take shots at anybody, and whenever I take a shot, it's in character. It's not from like a personal perspective. So when you or someone else said they need a like an apology, you have to be able to divide the real life in between uh the characters given because I had a whole point that I was trying to get to, but
no, that's
like
fine. Yeah,
you
that's
know,
fine.
fucking, I was only taking shots because shots were being fired.
Yeah, but here's my thing though. Uh, I get what you're saying, and I can agree with what you're saying. I can sympathize with everything you said. But that you guys are hanging out with him, you're supporting him and his agenda, and you know that he's getting personal with me. You see what I'm saying? So it makes you look like a piece of shit.
I
That's why.
didn't even know that you guys still had beef going on. I thought we was just
No, you did.
talking
You
about
did.
POW shit.
No, you did know we had beef going on because that's why you left. You remember? You knew that it was going on. You didn't want to be a part of the shit. I understand that. You may have been the middleman. I understand that and believe that, and I believe everything you said here today. But you definitely knew that it was going on. and you were trying to be smart with me too, because right before you left, you asked me about my situation with Lowrider, and I didn't want to talk about it, and I did it only because I thought that I could knock some sense into you, and you could be like, okay, okay, now I understand. So now I'm not gonna go to POW, and I'm just gonna do my own thing. Which, if you would have did that, we would have been fine. But instead, you went over there almost like as a shot to be like a renegade type, and then it was just like they were taking most of the shot, but you still went on a podcast to shit on me. You know what I'm saying? You weren't on the videos with pictures and stuff like that, but you were still on that podcast. You were on there. I listened to some of it. I chose not to listen to the rest. And I'm gonna be honest about something with you on the air. I wanted to listen to all of it before I ever talk to you in life ever again, and I've chosen not to. So I don't know if there's things you said that I don't know about, and I'm choosing not to care about it, Drascal. I'm choosing to just go fuck that, move on. I know that a lot of shit that was said was lies, or it was shit that was hyped up. So why should I even worry about it if it's not true? You see what I'm saying? So I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm good with all that. So you knew. You probably didn't want to participate as much as they did, but you knew what you was doing, man. You was playing, and it was not a good thing. I don't care about it anymore. It's in the past. I don't give a shit about that. It's something that happened. You had shit going on. Maybe you wasn't in the right headspace. You're already here talking to me, so you're being a man about it. But I'm not gonna come on here and lie neither. You know what I mean? Just so we get things right, so things make sense and falls into place. Uh, so sometime after that,
All right, so maybe I wasn't paying attention, and maybe I might have to go
okay,
back and watch one of the podcasts or something, because I don't remember saying anything about you. But if I do find out that I did say something, of course I'm gonna tell you I'm sorry. But at the same time,
yeah, yeah,
uh,
I got you.
before we even got on this podcast, I mean,
Yeah,
uh, like I said before, like,
uh huh.
and I already apologized to you
Yes,
off the
yes, you
podcast
did.
too.
Yes, you did.
So
Yes, you did.
you also got to realize when I go, it's exactly what I just said. Like,
Yeah.
I'm taking, if it's true that you saw me taking shots at you on a podcast on POW, it's probably because I overheard something that you said about me, and I'm just taking
Okay.
shots back.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. 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 I could believe that. Absolutely. I could believe that. I mean, with the way S1 was going, I've heard crazy different things that I guess was being fucking thrown around, and he was really trying to come for me at the neck, which I just thought it was very interesting because I didn't realize how soft he was, because before the POW stuff was really going on, that it really got more serious with him. It was like a tease at first, and all I did was make one simple commercial, and it just burned acid in his soul. And I thought that S1 was going to take his time. No, he wanted to go right into the drama. He wanted it to be a soapbox. That's all he wanted y'all for. You guys were the star power for his production, and um, I was the target. JTV was the target, and it was interesting how he chose to do business. It was like, oh, uh, off air, it's like fuck JTV and fuck all the JTV guys. But on air, it's like, oh no, the problems with Jay. We love the JTV guys. Of course you do. You want to leave that door open to try to steal as many people as you can, which was so fucking pathetic. So I didn't try to steal anybody from POW, even though Justin Massacre was hitting me up a couple times. But Justin Massacre had been told fucking lies, and SYM put his thumb up his fucking ass and had him as a fucking puppet, and have him fucking saying shit. And then when I talked to Justin Massacre privately, he realized just how fucking dumb he is, and what and how
It's
fucking
also
uh-huh.
all this fucking bullshit that that's going on. We already talked about this. I'm old enough now. I know when to let shit go. Some of this shit doesn't even need to be addressed. Some things just don't need to be talked about. It's better to just let it go. That's
I
kind of why I was, just didn't really I don't really remember what happened from the past, because I'm already, like, it's done and over with. At the same time, the only reason why I'm here is because I never thought of you as a piece of shit or anything. So I'm here to answer questions from the JTV community and from you, and to squash everything out. Fucking
uh-huh. Go ahead.
I lost my train of thought again. I got
Okay, well,
worms.
I hear what you're saying. You're right, but we have to get everything out today if we're gonna get this right. There are things that have to be mentioned. I'm mentioning things that need to be mentioned. This is key, so people know, and just so everybody knows who tunes into this shit. I'm almost done with myself, so don't worry. We're gonna go to questions
Yeah,
in a
I'm
bit.
I'm just saying
So
we owe it to both of ourselves. We have a lot in common, especially when it comes to like taking shots and
absolutely.
shit. As a man, you got to keep your pride. If someone's saying like shitting on you, you ain't just gonna stand there and take it. You got to fucking dish something out back.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. There was a lot of
That's
things you
that's
guys
what I
did
had
that
to
I should.
learn.
Yeah, there was a lot of things you guys kept doing that I stopped and moved on and stopped replying. You know, the last podcast where all four of you was on there shitting on me, I could have replied to that and fucking wrecked the shit out of all of you guys. I went, I'm just gonna move on, bro. I just want to focus on my storyline. You know, what I mean, I didn't give a shit. So, in case that's why I'm thinking he wanted something like that, it wasn't about winning. We both lost because we're not friends anymore. Both of us are losers, and it's because you're a fucking idiot, you know. But that's besides the point, and that's just what I have to say. So, moving on. Justin Massacre, long story short, did try to come to JTV a few times, and I didn't want him. You know, I did make him one offer though when he said he was coming over, and Chris or somebody got to him and said, "Oh, don't go over there," and they watched him too. So moving forward, there was a lot of sneaky shit that was going on that should be talked about. That's why we're taking as much time as we can to address it. So I go on Instagram, I think it was or something like that, and I find out that this I don't remember too clearly, so I'm not gonna make nothing up because I don't want to lie. But I do remember the promotional for you going over there and the Mr. Rogers gift being put up of trophy acquired or something like that because they got you to go over there, and that was surreal for me. And I don't have to expand on that too much. I just remember that happening, me seeing that. So when all of that stuff is going on, it was very clear what the agenda was. So moving past it, because there's not really nothing important about POW. I mean, it was a fucking garbage show that was put together as a hate speech. You know, past a lot of the stuff that went on. Let me go here before we go to the question.
You did call me a bad trophy. I thought that was pretty funny.
I said that.
Yeah.
I want to apologize about something on there, by the way. I'm very happy that you said something and reminded me of something. One time, you may remember Kevin Impact's Corner on the JTV website. I said some things about you that it's how I felt at the time when I thought you was really going through like some mental problems or whatever. I meant everything that I said, Drascal, but I
It's all good.
apologize. I apologize that I said it because it was kind of unprofessional of me. So I want to apologize to you for me attacking you on the website like that. I remember you bringing that up some years ago. You brought it up, like you know, he came at me. So I could see why. You know what I mean? I when I think like that, I could see why maybe you felt a certain way about me. You know, the Hudson thing, the stuff that happened with Low, I could see a lot of it. So I understand, and I take time to understand. You know why those things happen. So moving on is what we both did. We moved on. You moved on from us. We moved on from all of you guys. I knew that POW wasn't going to continue because once if we don't reply, SYM is not having fun. All he wanted was to instigate the fucking drama, and when that kind of stopped, it's like, ugh. Like now we have to write stories and make matches and do a show. Ugh, I don't want to do that. I want Jay to reply because then it's fun, you know. I don't want to do that game with him. I wanted it to be fucking done, you know. Uh, what is your perspective on SYM today?
I really don't talk to him or Chris. Uh, Mainly because a lot of the times when I get in the party chat, they're just straight clowning me, and I find it fucking annoying. Even though I portray a clown, does not
Hmm.
necessarily mean that I am one. So
Yeah,
maybe it's all fun and games, but at
yeah,
some point it's just like shut the fuck up.
yeah. I get it. It gets fucking annoying. And Chris did the same thing to Trey Jeter, and he was shit on him with SYM. And then I had a moment where I called both of them little bitches because they was trying to pick on Trey, and I was offending Trey. And Chris didn't know how to. I mean, we don't got to talk about a lot of that, but he was just very fake to Trey. Long story short, we could talk about
Yeah.
that on a different episode. So,
Sometimes silence is louder than action.
right. So, going back to your stuff. So, you don't talk to Chris neither.
Nope. The only one I still talk to is Wolf.
Do you think that that's evidence that it was really just about the show and getting at me? That, or do you think that their friendship to you is legit? What do you think?
I think that's the problem with me because I try to find the right in both sides. Maybe it was
Yes.
for just the
Yeah.
show, but at maybe some point it was just to take shots at you.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the only thing I can think about is what I'm doing. So
Yeah. I get that. Good answer. So it's a good answer. Okay. What's your relationship with Wolf today? I know he had a baby, and you're gonna think I'm crazy, but I was happy when he became a father. By the way, I
yeah.
found out about it, and I kind of smiled. I don't like him, and I don't want to talk to him, but I'm happy that he became a father. I could say that man to man.
Um,
So
I'm
yeah,
not gonna get too personal with my relationship with him because I prefer to keep that private, just
right,
because it's easier. But
right.
he has done a couple things that made me question whether or not he's really
Oh
with me.
yeah,
If you
oh yeah,
understand.
oh yeah. I know. I was there. That's why I said the
Oh
things I
no,
said. I
no.
know.
This was after we had our
But
falling out.
I've seen things. I don't even have to be there. I've seen things that I'm not gonna say. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I believe that.
I don't know. I don't know if anybody. I mean, this is just extra talk, I guess. If anybody's into zodiac shit, he's an Aries, so he always got to feel like he's in control.
I mean that's fine, but I mean there's ways of doing things. You know what I'm saying? You've been a loyal friend to him. You've been a brother to him. And if that doesn't mean enough to him, then fuck him. That's just me. That's how I feel about it. I don't like the motherfucker anymore. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna move on. We made a couple years ago the effort to put together a meeting. Shendon was there. I don't remember who else was there. I was there, obviously. We tried to talk to Chris and Wolf. I think Chris and Wolf thought we were trying to bring him back to JTV. Not the case. I want to have a meeting because I wanted them to tell me personally why they backstabbed me and backstabbed us. I wanted to know what was the reason, and we never found out. Chris was in that chat. Wolf was in that chat. Chris pussed the fuck out like a bitch and left. Wolf talked to us. He messaged us a couple times. We were trying to negotiate to talk, and then he eventually left the chat sometime after Chris left. Not the manly thing to do. But I can give him half respect for making the effort to come meet with us. You, I wanted to talk to. I tried to look for you everywhere that I could. I could not find you. In some account, I left you a message. I could not contact you uh, at all. And I
Right.
said, if I ever talk to anybody, I want to talk to him at some point, and I want to give him the opportunity to explain and to give me his side, and I want to see, you know what I mean? So I'm very
Well,
happy today.
for a
Go ahead.
period of time, I didn't have any social media or anything. I just went MIA for a long
Yeah,
time because I was actually sick of fucking human connection. Because like, there's a lot
right.
of fucking times where I'm saying some shit and either somebody misinterprets it
Yep,
or they just flat out don't give a fuck, and
yep.
it
Same here.
eventually turns into yelling. And you know the saying, if someone is yelling at you, that's probably, even if they're right next to you, it's probably because they feel misheard. So instead of yelling, because I don't like yelling, I just fucking go my own way. You know, shit. I even fucking talk to myself sometimes, because goddamn.
That's normal. I hope you do. I'm afraid at who's out there doesn't talk to themselves. Something's wrong with you. You must be crazy if you don't talk to yourself. You got to talk to yourself. It's normal. It's healthy. So yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, it's some of the things we talk about before we get to these questions, and it's like I don't know, man. I hated how a lot of the shit went. And I got to see everybody's true color up to that point. You know what I mean? And it was just something that happened. But I knew how POW was going to go. I told Corey about it a bunch of times, and people, I'm like, this is going to fold once I stop responding. And I was not wrong. And I hate that I was right. I hate it because I hated different things. Like when you went over there and
I'm
they said, "Go ahead."
I'm gonna give you a different perspective. I don't necessarily think it was because of you not responding. A lot of us at that point, Wolf just had a baby. Chris was busy as hell, and SY was fucking in college. And this is gonna be the only time that I name drop them because
Yeah.
I don't want to. I'm just be real.
I mean,
I'm not trying to give you too much credit because not all of the reason why that POW was no longer going is because of
yeah.
you.
No, no, no. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. I believe that. Of course. There was different factors. Of course, I believe that. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? But I was the driver. And when I stopped being the driver, it was just like, oh, there's no reason to keep it going now. Because I know how he works. I can't speak for you guys, but it was very clear where his mind was at. You know what I mean? That's all he wanted, that type of soapbox. But um, I'm losing my thought a little bit here. But I know that I tried. I couldn't get in contact with you, whatever the reason was, and it was just like he's like the only one that I feel like I want to talk to. I'll try to talk to him. I don't want to talk to SYM and know the rest of them, even though I tried to talk to Wolf and Chris and whatnot. You know, there's a way of handling
I
things.
mean, I hate to say it too, but I'm
Yeah,
not. This isn't a shot towards them either. But ever since I stopped talking to him, life has been easier. It's just, I mean, I talk to Wolf occasionally, but
yeah,
even occasionally with him, it's been a lot better when I left that group.
and I respect it. I respect that you would say that on air. You know, but I found that out also about a lot of people as well. You know what I mean? SYM was always like the macho guy. Like if you're in a party chat with him, he always wants to be in control and be the most macho. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like I don't enjoy that type of energy. I enjoy the type of energy where we chill and say positive things about each other. I don't want to fucking be macho and who's got the bigger arms or whatever the fuck. Like so it was some stuff like that that I felt about him at times, but I still cared to the fucking very end. I just didn't know he was as fake as he was. But moving on. Uh, it's interesting, and wherever I could find you, it was always interesting for me to see. Fuck, he's grown and he's bigger now. He's a big boy now. And what's the deal with the tattoo, man?
Is there questions about the tattoo?
Yeah, for me, that's the question.
I mean, there's a
Yes.
backstory to it, but that's private too.
Okay.
There's a lot
So,
to it.
something bad happened.
I guess you can say it's sort of traumatic, but it also
Okay.
symbolized something good. So
Okay. We don't need to talk about that then. That's up to you for the future. But I just want to know because I seen the tattoo and I'm like, what the fuck, And you always been a good looking kid. I just thought it would probably ruin your look, but I it looked like you was going through some shit, and I didn't like the idea of thinking of that, even though I was fucking pissed at you for a long time. I was fucking pissed at all of you guys, but it was at a minimum with you because you weren't the one really going on video fucking mentioning me and taking shots like that. You wasn't doing that like they was doing this. But moving on,
that's a waste of energy.
it is a waste of energy, and that's why we're going to move on from that and save energy. So I'm I already said what I said to you off air. I'm going to say it on air just for everybody listening. I am burying the hatchet with you here today and opening the door to you and Jason Hudson as friends, friendship. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't want to talk to me. He keeps blocking me. He doesn't want to have nothing to do with me. That's very unfortunate. I'm at peace if he doesn't ever want to speak again because I already talked to him 2 years ago and I made my peace. But you, here and now, the door's open. I'm not saying we're going to sign a fucking contract together, motherfucker. I'm saying that I want to get things right with me and you. I know that just like how we talked about, and you didn't say it on here, I'll bring it back up. I know that I caused a form of trauma in your mind that has led to some resentment on me. I understand that. And I'm ready to take that on and bury that. I'm ready to drown your feelings, your negative feelings about me. I'm killing it, all of it. And the only thing that I'm gonna do is make your fucking ribs hurt and provide good times if you want it. It's up to you. If I'm making the olive branch to go this far, I respect myself for doing it. I would like to move on. Me and you are going to make peace here today on my side, and I'm going to move on from it. I can't speak for the JTV people because you mentioned something about apology earlier and stuff like that. And I'm going to give you that shot in a little bit to speak your mind on that. But
Uh, can do
in
it right
terms of,
now.
no, hold on, real quick. In terms of me, I'm cool with you right now, and I'm choosing to move on. And I think this is the time now where you get to address the JTV community and say whatever the fuck you feel you need to say. The mic's yours. Go ahead, boss.
There's really not much I'd like to say, but to the people that I actually did get to know, or I thought I was close to, maybe like a familiar name like Corey, Mark,
Yeah.
Colin Klein. Maybe I'll apologize to them because they
Okay.
didn't necessarily need to go through all this bullshit because it was useless and not worth it anyways. I'll apologize to them, but to anybody else that was just brought up into it and that knows of the stuff that happened, I really don't feel like I owe them an apology because they didn't really know me.
Right.
But you know, uh, should I answer questions that they've been asking right now?
We're gonna get to that right now once you're done. Once you're finished
All
saying,
right.
this is
Well,
important for you to get out what you want to say first. So go ahead.
just like he said earlier, this isn't like a contract signing or anything. This is just me and him squashing the BuzzFeed or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
We're
But
working on our shit, you
you
know?
know, great things take time.
Yeah, I agree.
Uh, Also, even if I were to come back, it's not gonna come. I'm not gonna come loud. I'm quite the opposite. I'm gonna come when you least expect it. I'm not like everybody else.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Uh, but
Hey
yeah,
man, if you come back, go after BKS, brother. Put your foot in
BKS.
that BKS ass. You know what I mean?
What are they guarding? Fucking shoes?
Oh man. Well, let me just and let me put up the
BKS
usual.
is a shoe brand.
Let
So
let me let
yeah,
me put the usual suspect on the screen. Yeah, low rider, we're gonna give you some glory right now. What did you miss? Go back, hit the rewind button. We're almost done with the show. But uh, let me ask you a quick question because I got a million of them. I don't. We might have to do a fucking part two, and we got 17 people tuning in. So, have you been keeping up with some of JTV?
I'm gonna be honest with you. No, all I
Nothing.
do know is Kibu has beaten Shendon. I don't know how many times, but he
Yeah,
has. That's kind of why I wanted to come back too, because if he can beat
yeah.
Shendon, he can obviously beat me, but he hasn't yet. So
That's interesting. But I mean, you at least did know something. Okay. So, um, I think that we could probably start going to some of you guys' questions. So if you got some questions, pop them up for Drascal. Drascal's live on the air. Whatever questions y'all might have. I have some questions. So
I'll answer Maverick real quick.
yeah.
Why do I want to come back? To show you how to run a crew.
Wow. What are your thoughts on him? You said earlier that you didn't think he'd do a good job.
If
As a,
yeah, he's the leader now.
he's the leader of the freak show. Yeah, he took over after we parted ways.
If we going by when I left, man, you got a lot to step. You got a lot to do to step up because the episode I did watch the episode after I left, and I'm like, dude, it, I couldn't bear it. But it's just
But
because
at
he's
the
got bad promo skills.
but at the same
In my
time,
opinion.
yeah, at the same time, you can't really shit on him like that because you said you haven't seen the product. You just know about Nick's breaking the streak with Shendon.
No,
You
no,
know what
no,
I'm
no, no,
saying?
no. I said I watched the episode after I left. On Ultimate Showdown, not Ultimate Showdown, but Mega Rush.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
he when
Okay.
he first when he first was declared the leader of the Freak Show, he's got a lot
But
of
it
promo.
is it possible that maybe he's grown since and got better? You
I
don't know
might
if he
have
got better though.
I
Yeah,
might
you
have
don't
to
know
take
if
a
he
look at
got
that.
better. He got better, but I think he's done fantastic work. You got to look at the shit, get you some fucking snacks and some food, and check out the shit. You know what I mean?
I mean, if
And it's
I
like,
ever were to come back, if you beat the original crime boss, then shit, I guess you can say you are better. I
well, the
guess.
original crime boss is in the comments right now. Lowrider Freak Show birthed the rest of these cabrones. That's the original usual suspect, the man who started in 2012. You know, so I've already told you. I'm going to say this again before we continue. The olive branch has been extended. You are someone who helped take Mega Rush to the next level, and we're celebrating the 12th anniversary of JTV Mega Rush. I've already invited you. This is the third time I'm going to offer it, but I don't want you to answer that question. If you're a thief in the night, like you said, or you're going to appear when people least expect it, maybe you might want to consider that to be the show. But at the same time, there's still people who are going to have resentment towards you, because of the falling out. So you have to understand that. Me and you got to work with each other. You got to work with that as well, step by step. So this is an opportunity today for you to connect with these people. You already said what you said. You said, you may feel lenient towards apologizing to Mark and Corey and stuff like that. These new guys, you don't know them, you don't owe them nothing. I respect that. I respect that you said that. Um, but
I'm gonna reply to Low real quick. Just because you created something doesn't mean you make it the best that it can be. So,
well, there you go. All right, let's just go back to these other questions. While you think about what I just told you, think about it. This one we already answered for John Skinner. We already went into great detail as to what happened with the both of us. So that
whole
is
lot of
out.
bullshit.
Yeah, it's done and over with. Uh, Mark asked, "What was the beef between Drascal and Maverick? Did you have a beef with Maverick that we don't know of?"
I didn't have any personal beef with him. It was just the character.
Okay, okay, so that's for you, Mark. CJ Mondo says, "What was your favorite match with JTV of all time? Why do you feel that that match with Wolf at Showdown was good? Because I thought it was bad. Why was it good to you?"
Um, one be, I mean, it probably doesn't matter to some people, but because it was, yeah,
Your
maybe it
boy.
was a little bit drawn out, but I think he showed some fight back, and he showed
Yeah,
there was in the matches there was a lot of storytelling too. Because if it was just me straight up fucking going ham on him, it would have stopped that match too,
right,
which was the submission match. So
right, 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 right.
as much as Wolf likes to get mad sometimes because he loses, sometimes people do let him win, which that
Yeah,
second match
absolutely,
pretty much was my calling to him to bring it up.
absolutely. I can agree with all of that. Fair answer.
And
All right.
because, of the relationship I had with him.
Yeah, of course. It's just extra credit. I mean, it's a given. It's a given that it's going to be special to you because it's a moment with your boy. You know what I'm saying? He means a lot to you. In my opinion, not yours. I believe he means more to you than you mean to him. But that's just my opinion, and that's not a wedge I'm trying to draw. I'm not trying to draw a wedge in between you guys. It's just that's how I feel, and that's what I understand to be the truth. But let's go to the next question.
No, hold up,
Oh, go ahead.
Maverick. I'm gonna reply to him.
Yeah, let me put that
I
up.
didn't say you were a bad leader. I said you had bad promo skills. Like when you talk, like your clown voice is not convincing enough. If you're gonna be part of the freak show, you gotta let them know how the clowns get down. You know what I'm saying? You need some. They tried to put me down, but it wasn't out. Some shit like that. You gotta drop some good shit on them. All you were was talking in a squeaky voice with no fucking pipe bombs or anything. You gotta be driven. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving you promo advice. That's all. I'm not saying you're a bad leader or you're bad for the group. You just gotta step up.
All right. You almost made me spit out my water. I got two other questions right here. Kentucky Gamer says, "What was your favorite Extreme Rules match, Draskell? Is there any
Extreme rules.
JTV or in real life, maybe?"
Extreme rules match is fighting all my sisters.
Oh shit.
4v1.
Well, I don't. I didn't even remember that you had sisters. Maybe I forgot.
Nah, but Extreme Rules match, if you're talking about like in CAW, shit, I don't even know. I don't know about Extreme Rules, but I will say another favorite match of mine was me versus uh what's Devontae's like his like dark side.
Crypt. It's
Yeah,
Crypt.
me versus Crypt. I love that. I liked how it ended too with a roll up pin.
Right.
Think it was good storytelling.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That was that's why I put that together. So I'm gonna give credit to him for that. I have my input, of course. Uh, I like that y'all got to work together. I just wish that I was all there, so that I would have handled that situation a little better. But we can move on past that. There's the answer to your question. I think we got another one from Maverick from earlier. He says, "What? Why do you want to come back, especially everything that happened? I hate. I have my thoughts. Okay. I mean, I think he's answered that.
I can go deeper into it. Firstly,
Go
I
ahead.
never we I mean, firstly, I never wanted to leave. I just left because a bunch of the bullshit and because of my personal issues that I had, and it was just too much at the time. And the reason why I want to come back is because one, I've already answered because of Kibu. I see how much success he's had. Beating Shendon. I believe he's a champion now too.
It's Jaden Nix, man. Kibi you is the person. You know what I mean? Jaden Nix is the character. You know, you want
Yeah,
to
yeah,
face
yeah,
Jaden
yeah.
Nix. Just for
Jaden
people
Nix.
that, because people get confused. You know what I mean? They don't know no Kibi. They know Jaden Nix. So
And I know Jaden Nix has been wanting me to come back, so
he does.
I'm
He does,
gonna
absolutely.
I'm gonna work on that.
For
You know,
years. For years he's been wanting that, you know. I think I've wanted it for years too. You know, I just wanted shit to stop being weird, you know what I mean? I wanted I needed things to feel good again. So I'll leave that there. You know what I mean? If y'all got any more questions, prompt them questions up, man. We got Drascal here before we
and
let him go.
if times have changed too, I guess I'll have to go back and look at some of the shows because maybe I'll be interested in some of the shit Maverick's done too.
Okay, I want to introduce you to a very special man right now. This is the third eye Chris Conscience, the mind of CAW and JTV Wrestling. Uh and this man is a legend in CAW, no doubt about it. I've known him since before I met you. Uh yeah, since before I met you. Around the time me and you met, actually, I know him. So he goes way back. He just wasn't in JTV. And his question is, he asked, if you had your own type of match, what would you call it and what type of match would it be?
That's actually a tough one. I might have to
It is
think
a
about that.
Yeah, that's a hard question. He asked that a lot of people from time to time. I noticed that.
It
So
would be something chaotic though, because I do like
weapons and shit like
crazy
that,
shit. Yeah.
chaos. Yeah. I think a steel cage match with the weapons hanging from it, like the TNA stuff, and I always thought that that was really good. You know, the weapons hanging from the side of the cage and whatnot. So I just think that that's kind of cool. I mean, something to consider. We made a match for the Freak Show that you don't know about. It's called the Freak Show Room of Trials. And what it is it's two different rooms you walk into, and you have to fight different clowns and different obstacles in there. So I just thought that that was kind of cool. I know you don't know about that, but
It does sound cool.
yeah. And me and Maverick put that together. So he is a pretty creative guy. I think you need to just look back a couple years and see what we've been doing since. All right. So we'll probably come back to that question, no conscience, unless
I'll
we'd
I'll
answer.
say it. I'll say it again, just so he doesn't feel any type of way. I'm only judging you based off the episode after I left. So I'll
There
give
you
the other episodes a chance to see. I'll try to see what you're doing.
go. Okay. Jaden Nix said, "Would you run it back with Jaden Nix and JTV?" Of course. I mean, that's what he's saying. He's saying he would run it back. He wants
Well,
to
I
run
already
it back
told
with.
you. I already told him earlier. You're
Right.
gonna get that ass whooping.
No, there you go. If anybody got any more questions right here, we're here, man. Y'all got Drascal on the air right now. I got some questions on my own. Let me see if I can get some of mine's answered. Jesus Christ. Um, we're not gonna have enough time to cover that, so we'll probably bring them back for a future episode. But I got different things on here. It says, okay, we don't need to talk about that. We already talked about all this. We already talked about that. You know, what did you think about your JTV World Title run?
Uh, Short, but definitely appreciated.
Did you like it?
Of course I did. Would have ever thought the dude wearing face paint and a suit would be the world champion?
I mean, you were ready. You were in your prime at that time. I hated that we went separate ways, but after you left, I put the title on Mr. Amazing on the Christmas show. That's what
I
I
don't
did. That.
remember his name, but He was also someone that was shitting on me because I only had the belt for maybe like a week. I don't
Who's
remember.
that?
I don't remember who it was, but he was also a no-namer. But
Hmm. Do you remember Cruz Romero? Remember him?
yep, him. It was him. He was shitting on
Oh,
me. I'm like, shit. I
what
might
what
have been only a fucking day worth champion, but that's a day more than you.
what was your relationship with him?
He talked a lot of shit too,
Yeah, he did, and he was fake,
and he
and a
didn't know
fucking
who he was. Like every other day, he's like a gimmick switch.
yeah, yes, he did. I remember that. I do remember that. He's a good wrestler though on Next Gen. He was good. You know, when y'all got him on POW, I was like, they got a good one. I don't want to work with them ever again, but they got a good one. But it was kind of weird with him because he replaced Jason Hudson in Road Rash. Remember Road Rash? Uh,
I do.
he replaced him, man, and he sounded like him. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm be honest. I kind of wish me and DJ was still talking at that time, so he could have did the voice for him because it was kind of cringe. You know, what I mean, he's the only one that I picked because he sounded like him, and AI wasn't around at the time, but it was cringe. It was cringe. I don't have nothing against Cruz Romero. He's a kid. He's a little boy compared to me, but it was kind of weird. Uh, but we can move on. Um, if y'all got any questions, keep popping them up. I'm just gonna throw different shit at DRASCAL. So as we get ready to close the show, okay? So okay, we already talked about all that. I had dates too. I should have mentioned it earlier. Okay,
H.
so the dates that I got is August 2019. Mega Rush 117 was when I took over creative control, and Trey told me what SYM was doing by that time. Uh, blah blah blah. October 2019, POW birth, the day of showdown. Blah blah blah. Talked about that. Uh, December 25th, 2019, Amazing Crown World Champion. Blah blah blah. I mean, it kind of went from there. So what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna go back in time now. But we already talked about all this stuff. Um, let's talk about something fun as we get ready to close out. Let's talk about Jason Hudson.
Mm.
What's your relationship with him today?
It's pretty much the same as SYM and Chris. Well, not really. I talk to him occasionally. I know how his health is. I know how he's doing. Occasionally I'll check up on him. He'll check up on me.
I would
Uh,
like to speak. I would like to speak with him one more time. If you could put that together, somebody could put that together. I would like to speak to him one more time alone. I want to try one more time, and if he just doesn't want to talk to me, I'll move on. I'm putting that out there. What
I,
go ahead.
no, I
No,
was just saying I can probably work that out.
a lot of people tried for years. It's been hard, but if you could do that for me, man, I'm saying I actually forgot we were live. I'm talking to you like a regular person, but yeah, I'll talk to. I want to talk to him one more time. But how special to you were your rivalry with him, man? Because that was your goat. That was your best rival right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
How
he created this character, or he helped create it. So I got to give all credit to him. Like you said earlier, we were pretty much the foundation of next gen that put it on the map. And if it weren't for him and him completely shitting on me on the mic, I wouldn't have learned how to cut a decent promo. You know
I remember that.
that first fucking promo that I did and he did, I got shit on. Like I was embarrassed
I
after
take blame in
it was
that
done.
too. I take blame in that too.
I was like, it was, but yeah, he was a good in ring worker. He fucking brought life to everything. It
Y-
almost felt
Yes,
like it
he
was
did.
real.
Yeah. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I agree.
He had top tier promo performance, top tier in ring performance. He could sell anything. I might be glazing a little too much, but yeah, if he was a good dude.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't want to remember him for the things he did to me, if that makes sense. And I'm proud of that. I feel that way. I was angry for a couple years, but I just it's stupid. You know what I mean? And I'm glad I got to talk with him, even though it didn't go great. I didn't think it was great when we talked. I was uncomfortable as fuck. You know, so that's on me. But yeah, you guys, no doubt about it. He was your best rival in JTV. Lowrider, if you keep talking shit, man, we're gonna bring you on here and beat the shit out of you, just so you know. You know.
Ooh.
But yeah, I mean it was great. It was great. What about Lowrider? Lowrider's in the comments, man. What do you think about him?
I
What's your
really
relationship
don't
with
know.
him?
Is
I
his
mean, you
name
can.
Lowrider because he likes to ride low?
Oh boy.
Let me stop.
Well,
Let me stop. I'm just playing.
but yeah, what do you think about him as a talent? You
When
thought
I
he was
first
great?
when I first saw him in like he's like wrestling gear, I like the look,
Yeah,
you know, but I really don't have an opinion other than the look. Like
yeah.
I liked how he looked.
Would you like to work with him? Would you have liked to work with him?
Maybe.
Shit. He got to think about. Ouch, ouch. That right there, like that's already a match alone. Um, what do I have here? Um, do I want to ask you about this person? I don't even know if I want to ask you about this person. There was a very important date, July 27th, 2015. It was the Next Gen debut, JTV Next Gen debut, I believe. And hopefully I'm getting that right. And there was a match. Am I getting this shit? So it
What are
was
you talking
you,
about first? Yeah.
Next Gen, first episode of Next Gen. There was a match, and it was the Onyx. It was Alpha Wolf, who was Ops. If you remember him, and it was Jason Hudson for the title, and it was Hudson who came out on top. Do you remember Ops?
I do a little bit.
Would you like to say something about him? I don't want to ask you about him, but if you want to
Is
say something, it's there.
is he
If you
still
want to,
around?
no, 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 no.
Oh well.
I don't want to say. I don't want to. I'll talk about off air if you want to ask me. I don't mind talking about it on air, but I don't want to shit on people anymore. Okay,
Nah, that's
so
okay. I really don't have opinion about him.
there
Really
you
didn't
go.
know him as much.
Okay,
I did
what
like
about
the Onyx though.
okay? Onyx looked good. That was one of Ray Getty's guys, and I do want to say this about Ray Getty's. This is important. I'll be fast. The Onyx is a character that Ray Getty's made for a kid who had um I think it was cerebral palsy. For those of you out there that deal with cerebral palsy, have family members that deal with cerebral palsy, my heart goes out to you. It's tough. Ray Getty's had to learn how to talk, walk, do all that. So I'm always going to give him respect, even though we're here or there with our relationship today. You know what I mean? We don't talk like that, but I give him respect, and he's a JTV Hall of Famer. And I know you didn't know that, Drasker. He went into the Hall of Fame a couple years ago, and so I think it's very humanitarian of him that he made a character for a kid that could not do call, because there's some people in JTV that can't do call. They just have to be an on-screen character because they have a medical condition or something that it hinders them from doing that.
Didn't he
For
like not the actual person, but didn't Onyx like cut a promo on one of the episodes? I swear
it's
to
a
God, he
it's a real person. The Onyx is a real person that exists. It's just that he could not wrestle. You know, he was this character was made for him by Ray Geddes. So I have to give glory to Ray Geddes for putting the Onyx together and for making that kid who would tune into JTV feel good. That makes me feel good to think about. You know, I'm proud that I was a part of that, and I'm proud that Ray Geddes did that. I think that's an amazing thing. So shout out to him for that. And I would have liked you two to work. I mean, I think you and Ray Geddes would have been a dream match. Any thoughts on Ray Geddes?
didn't really know much about him, but
Okay.
no, yeah, I would have loved to work with him.
I mean, he's a good mechanic in the ring. You know, I wish things could have been better, but I mean that's a different podcast. So, what about Conval Wolf? What are your thoughts on
My man was fucking
him?
fat in the shell. I don't know. I remember seeing a picture of him fucking wearing like mafia suits and a fucking fedora with a Tommy gun in his hand. I'm like, this motherfucker right here.
Yeah,
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. It's not
that.
convincing.
Do you remember the message that he sent you and Jason Hudson? I think it was
No,
on PlayStation 2016. Things he said about me. Remember that? The crazy shit he was saying.
uh, not ringing a bell.
He was saying a whole bunch of shit about me that it was very loony. Let's just put it that way. And he was trying to get, and I still have it by the way, so I can prove it if you want to put, if anybody wants to question it. I still have it somehow, somewhere. I have the screenshots of it of what he was sending to Draskell and Hudson, and he was trying to make them believe that I was on some crazy shit, that I was doing illegal shit and stuff like that, and I was involved with his mom and other stuff that I don't want to say.
Oh, okay. Now it's ringing a bell. No, I
There
could
you
already
go.
tell he was on some fuck shit.
There you go. There you go. He remembered. So sometime after that, I just couldn't do it no more. And around 2016, because you got to remember, Conville came in to work with y'all when Next Gen came out, and then he did something and got taken out of the community. I don't remember in what sequence it went, whatever. But then I brought him back, and then the second time I got rid of him because he sent y'all that message and was being on some crazy shit and trying to make it seem like I was crazy, you know. So after that, it was like we parted ways, and Ray Getty's got him a job at COH. You know,
I think at one point he was making a whole bunch of different accounts just to try to talk to me and try to get back to JTV again.
he did that to me. He did that to me once. He snuck in, and I'm like, hold up, this account is acting kind of suspicious. So I said, yo, come meet me at the party. I want to talk to you. So when I started talking to this mysterious person in the party chat, he's like trying to disguise his voice. He's trying to change his. I'm like, Conval? And then I'm like, Conval, is that you? And then it was just like that kind of thing. And then he had no choice but to come out with it. You know, I'm like, bro, you a fucking clown for this, bro. You a real fucking clown. You know, yeah. So I just thought that shit was funny. But Ray Geddes took care of him, got him a job at COH Wrestling and stuff like that. And I was happy for him. I saw his promos over there. I'm like, yo, his name was like TJ Dons or some shit like that. And I liked it. But he wasn't wrestling. He was like a manager. I don't know, something like that. He was like the best manager in GSF with Ray Geddes. And I was just like, I felt some type of way with Ray Geddes because it's like, why are you giving him a home and this and that, you know? But I moved past it, and we tried for years to make peace, me and him, and we couldn't do it. He was just so stubborn, and he just wanted to keep fighting with me until by the second or third time that we met again to try to make peace. I told him, look, I love you, man. Like, I don't want to have any fucking more problems, you know? And then he felt that, and it was just like, ever since we've been good. He came back to JTV in 2K22. We've been trying to fucking make peace since like 2017, Draskell. So it's a couple years. It's just that he was so ignorant that we couldn't talk. Everything, like, he just wanted to keep blaming me. You know what I mean? So past that point, we made peace. He came back, and then he made a faction with Mark Bennon and a guy called Dean Apex and a guy called Dan Rapture, and they're called the Iron Misfits. They're like a biker crew. There's a lot of factions in JTV now, so it's grown so much from where you left it, and you've helped create that. So I can't speak for my JTV people. I'm not going to do that. I can speak for me. I can speak on behalf of JTV. I mean, you deserve to dwell in some of this because you've helped create some of this, but I can't speak for them. I'm gonna go to my people, ask them what they think, and you know, you'll know how they feel because you've seen the page, you followed us on the Facebook page, so all the thoughts of whatever people think is going to be there, and it's here. You know what I'm saying? We'll see what happens with that. But long story short, we made our peace. He came back, and we've been good ever since. And that man's serving the military, doing his shit. And we got Shannon in the comments and Colin. So Shout out to Convo Wolf. I'm proud that me and him was able to make our peace and move on. So let's move on.
What is it?
We
What
talked.
is he back now?
He's he had been serving in the military, and uh he's been out of the loop for a while, and I'm okay with it because he has his personal life going on. For anybody that's wondering, what I mean, that's part of the reason his character's been how he's been since on TV. But yeah, that's really what's going on with Conville Wolf. It's not that he doesn't want to be around. What I mean? It's just that it's his life is just hitting him like a roller coaster right now. And God bless him, and I hope he gets it together. And I've helped out as much as I could. Stuff I don't need to talk about. I've been there for him, and I'm glad that me and him made peace, and I'm glad that I'm here talking with you. Uh, we talked about Jason Hudson. I want to thank you on air for all of your work with JTV Films, Siphon Filter, and Streets of Raid and Road Rash and stuff like that. I don't know if that ever meant anything to you, but to me it does. I thought about you a lot. I go back and watch Road Rash and listen to you flirt with Ari in the biker house, and I just be like, man, that was a good time. And it was just stuff like that that will bring me back. So thank you, sir, for all of your hard work. This is a guy who busted his fucking ass with me. We don't have to do that no more because now you got AI. But back in the day, yeah, this was one of the guys grinding with me to make JTV Films. So I'm going to give this man his flowers here today. Kudos to you for that. Thank you
Thank
for Road Rash. Thank you for Streets of Race. Thank you for Siphon Filter. Okay.
thank you for letting me participate. Although the only one I got through was Siphon Filter.
Nah, you did Streets of Rage and Road Rash.
No, I mean
I
like actually watched.
Oh, okay, yeah. I get that. I get that. You know what I'm saying? And there was something else we filmed that I never aired. You might remember this. There was something we did on GTA where we was doing a mission and we both dressed up, and I got some of those clips and I saved them in case we was gonna do a movie for later. I still have some of that footage too. So if I
Was I
want to
wearing
bring
a
the
horse head?
no horse head. We was dressed like in a paramedic outfit. I don't know if you remember when we did that. Uh,
Oh, I do.
Yeah, and the pyramid, I still got that. So if I want to bring back old you from old GTA, I could do that anytime I want in any JTV film because we got the clip. But so I'm looking at different matches. You had a Mass X match with Hudson in 2016 that it says you defeated him. It was a rare pay per view, and then June 9th, 2019, JTV No Redemption 2017, you lose the C Division Championship to Jason Hudson. I mean, the man was a monster. We talked about that. Great times, great matches. Uh, maybe I should bring up the really hilarious JTV Will of Fate commercial where the Cougar's prey is dead.
Cougar's primary pay is dear.
Oh, he remembers. You remember better than me. Um, good times. You know what I mean? That was one of your first commercials that you was a part of, and I thank you for that. So I give you
Uh,
props for that.
I take all criticism with that because even I was fucking dying of laughing listening to my voice sound like that.
It was supposed to be funny, so it did what it was supposed to. There was a three-way match that took place July 2nd of 2017 at the JTV Will of Fate pay-per-view. It was a three-way dance match for the C Division title. It featured you, Jason Hudson, and Chris Vega. Do you remember Chris Vega from Next Gen?
Nope.
Okay, we could just move on if you don't remember him. He was talented, but I mean, he didn't give himself enough time to be remembered. So, it happens.
Don't ever. I do. Actually, he does. He does ring. The name rings a bell, but I don't. I remember Luis Mambo. That's it.
Well, I was going to talk to you about him. He's next. JTV Next Gen episode 19. DRASCAL defeats Luis Mamba to win the JTV World Television title. Tell us about that a little bit, off your memory.
I thought I was getting my ass whooped in that match.
I mean, I did what I could to stiff you. I'm not gonna lie. You pissed
I
me
was.
off
I
a
was.
little
I
bit.
was getting. I was getting that Latino heat.
Oh yeah, you was getting that dynamic. Okay, but let's talk about this. Something for you now. Let's talk about Ken Wolf. To be fair, EOP was dope. I don't know how everybody else feels about EOP. I like EOP. You guys had a good connection. You was a good team.
I wish
I
we could
don't
have
know
done more.
who is this right here. I'll be all for joining. I don't know who this is, but I just want to let you know we could probably get you for the next one, boss. Okay. It says Rick. I don't know if that's is that Ricky. I don't know. Let me know who you are, and we could I could get you on a future episode. All right. So yeah. So
Everybody in here, tell me your CAW name, cause I don't know some of you, and I'd like to.
all right. Well, you go step by step. We got time for that. But let me put you in the P in the in the P. Let me put you in the EOP mindset. How how are your fondest memories tag teaming with Ken Wolf on JTV and the EOP formation? Maybe you could tell us about that and how much you enjoyed tag teaming with him.
Um, I love the idea of EOP. Fucking, I think it was a team that deserved a lot more. I feel like we could have done more, but for the short time span that it was a thing, I feel like we did pretty good. As for how it began, it was just like he came up with the name. He was like, and since he considers me a friend, or some would say a brother, he thought it would be a good idea to be a team. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it, yeah, let's do it. So I don't know how everybody else saw us, but I was, I guess you can say, kind of the enforcer, and he was just like, I don't know how you would describe Wolfie Boy. I guess you can call him a king. What is with people with like the nickname King? That's too. There's too many of you. Get a new name.
I agree. Me and Shandon have talked about stuff like that for years. There was a lot of kings in JTV, but I think it's great. I don't think it's negative because it's king after king. There's multiple kings and some reign and some fall. You know.
Yeah, but I don't know. I guess it's just pretty stale to me. That's if none of you know this, but way back in 2K14, fucking I originally was King DRASCAL, but I was like, there's so many kings out here, I gotta get rid of this shit. So now it's DRASCAL, and that's also like I wouldn't say abbreviation, but the actual name came from Doctor and Rascal. I just put it together.
Some more good backstories, and I remember King Drasco. I just have forgotten about. It. I'm glad you brought that up.
I look back at it. King DRASCAL was, I don't know, he was bland. He had the backwards snapback, a fucking little blue pattern and shit. I mean, I got a profile on Facebook. I got a bunch of pictures on there. So if you want to take a look, go ahead. But
I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not just saying this to blow smoke up your fucking ass because it's like we're getting along. But I don't think I. The only time I saw issues with you as a character was early on when you were still figuring out who you were. I've never seen any issues with you, whether King Drasco or whatever. I saw no wrong. The only wrong I saw was the decisions you made with your career and fucking taking it elsewhere and the stupid shit that you said and did. Besides that, I never seen anything wrong with the character ever. I've always liked the character. That's why I was so high on him. I love everything about you. You know what I'm saying? The last entrance theme song, I listened to it for years. You know, I still listen to it even before we reached out. So it was very creepy the way this year started because it was something that it's like, yo, I have a feeling about Drascal. This is something, you know, and then the next thing I know, you come out of nowhere because I saw what you was commenting with Knicks and stuff like that. I saw all of that. You know what I mean? I saw that you was kind of getting that feeling again. And
Nick's
specul
passion is kind of like mine. He's kind of like he's got a big passion to maybe get in the ring with me again, just like I have a passion just for wrestling in general. That's kind of why I kept commenting and hope somebody would reach out to me. Fucking because like I said, I never meant for any of this shit to happen. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. I never
no, it
wanted
is.
to leave to begin with.
Yeah, it is.
So
It is. Uh, but I mean, it was a different time. We had a different mindset. I understand it. Everything is just so fucking chill now, man. Over here, we just have so much fucking fun. just doing cool shit with AI. I get to work with Shannon and I get to talk to Chris Conscience, who's one of my guys. We got more girls and a lot of talented people, a lot of great people. And we've kept the same thing that was going on even with the POW before and after. You know, it's always been about the passion and the wrestling, not about getting back at SYM. We didn't give a fuck about that. We took our shots, we got it done. He couldn't let it go. He eventually let it go when he realized that I wasn't going to respond anymore. So it's just fun. It's chilled. It's vibrant. People enjoy it. There's different platforms now. This podcasting is taking off for us. The WCW show we did got like 1.8 thousand views now. I think it's sitting there. It was very successful, and it was not botted. You know, what I mean, I didn't know that that was going to happen, but I'm very proud. I thought it was going to flop actually because I had a whole bunch of senior citizens on there. So I was worried. I'm like, damn, I don't know about this, man. This was probably a bad idea to bring back WCW. Hell no. It worked. It was a fucking mega hit. And everything we've been doing is just like our subscribers are going up and ratings and stuff like that. So we've been proud and I've been having a lot of fun with everybody. Amber's holding down the women's division right now. And I got Shen holding the guys division for me. And then I have all these fucking talented people that, you know, some hungry and some just don't want to eat. They just want to starve themselves, you know? Will it take for Drasco to walk back in for you motherfuckers to get off your ass? I don't know. I guess time will tell, but I just love this. This is my favorite era of JTV, even though I enjoyed our time together, you know, back in the day. It's just my favorite time because everybody's just so fucking super chilled. And the truth is out there that JTV was not fucking toxic, you know. It was decisions that I made that weren't too great. Yeah, that happened, you know. And then there was other things that people did that was not great neither, but it's in the past now. I've chosen to move on. Today I moved on and it's like it's about the wrestling now. It's about having fun. It's about dream matches. You know what I mean? Because it's a good thing that we're talking and getting along, but the bad thing is that I'm getting old. That's one of the reasons I wanted to talk with you. I've been through a lot, and something happened either this year, last year, and I thought I was going to be around anymore. I don't want to talk about it. Excuse me. So, uh, you know, it's been a lot of things that happened. A lot of things I've been through the last several years. I don't have to go into that neither. But my point is that we've been coming together, kind of showing love to each other and really being a family and getting along. You know what I mean? And that's how it should be. And my hope in the future was that I can share that love with you again. And I would like to share that love with Jason Hudson again. You know what I'm saying? Me and Ari was able to do our thing. Ari paid for my mother's funeral. Okay. And to Drasco's defense, when I forgot to mention this, years back when I was having problems with Ari and DJ, the reason I stopped, it's not because I wanted to stop. It was because Drascal came to me and asked me directly to stop. He told me stop because, you know what I mean? Whatever reason, I don't want to make nothing up, but he was the one that was defending that and he put a stop to that. And I only stopped because of Drascal because I did not want to stop after what they did. Okay. So I respect Drascal for being the one who came to me and was like, look, just stop. With them, just leave them alone. And I left it alone. As pissed as I was, I left it alone. So shout out to Drascal. He's the one who put that together. Just so you guys know, just so you guys know that. Let's put that on record. Uh, so yeah, I think you and Wolf were great. How did you feel about DZW? Did you like being over there? Any thought process behind that?
Of course, I did. I didn't like the production, but you know, any platform that I'm given, I'm always appreciative of the time it gives me.
What do you think was the best thing about DZW?
I got to continue to do what I like to do.
You don't have like any favorite moments
Uh, it's
or
been a long
match?
time, so I
It,
can't.
ha- it has. It has. You're right. You're right. It's been a long time. Okay. I got Lowrider calling me an old fart. Look who's talking, Grandma. Look who's fucking talking. Let's keep going though. Let's see what else I got on here. Here's a wild one for you. What's your relationship with the three way deadlock, man? Mr. Amazing, Marcus Holloway, Jaden. Well, I talked about Jaden, but what's your relationship with Marcus and Mr. Amazing? And how do you feel about them?
Um, you know, oh God, this I'm reading these comments. Don't mind me.
Well, I
I
got a
might have just
question.
vomited in my mouth
Why?
because he
Somebody
just said
talking
I'm a
shit?
sexy grandma.
I mean, if Lowrider wants to be a sexy grandma, he'd be a sexy grandma. You know what
Eh,
I mean? He could be a sexy grandma if he wants to. Nothing wrong with that, you know. Sexy grandma, trending worldwide, you know.
That's a
But
fucking franchise right there. Anyways,
absolutely,
Devontae and Marcus.
yeah.
Uh, I'm friends with Marcus on like social media and shit, but uh, Devontae, I'm not. Maybe eventually we can talk again, but I'm not gonna
Mm,
force anything. I don't have any beef with him though.
okay. Maybe I could make that happen for you if you could give me Jason Hudson. You know, maybe we could do that. You know what might be really cool?
What?
You, Hudson, and Amazing in the same party. That might be cool. I don't know. We'll see. But I could probably make that happen for you. Uh, did you like Marcus and Amazing as a talent? Did you think they were good wrestlers?
Of course, Marcus. I don't know if you remember the video that me and Wolf took, but it was kind of like it was just to make fun. But I don't remember, but it was like, "Have you seen this man?" It showed Marcus Storms on the picture and shit. We were
Yes, I
going
remember
live.
that. I do
Yeah,
remember that. Yeah. Yep.
yeah. I mean, I, I can't really say much for Marcus.
Well, you say
You know,
whatever you want. Whatever you feel, whatever you think is what you say. In 2018, you and Wolf hosted the JTV Hall of Fame.
what?
I think it's a milestone in your career. Any thoughts on that? Any
Wait, what?
significance? Remember when you and Wolf was hosting the Hall of Fame in 2018, the first Hall of Fame?
Shit, I forgot about that too.
All right, it's been a while. Uh, so April 27, 2019, Chemical Warfare. You came back to JTV and you was able to get that World Heavyweight Championship. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Anything was going through your mind at that time about that coming back? I mean, there was pressure because it's like, man, you don't want to deal with me, you don't want to deal with the drama that's going on. But what was your thought during that time?
When I won the championship.
Yeah, and you
I,
came back, and it's just like, oh man, he wants me to kind of put Hudson down and all these other people. I don't know, you know. What was the thought?
well, first off, when I won the championship, I was damn near shit in my pants because I never thought I was gonna do it.
Okay,
Uh, as for like, what you mean by putting like Hudson and all them down?
because of the what is it, Foreign Honor Wrestling?
Uh,
Yeah. So you came back, you got this title shot, you got the video, and I'm putting a squeeze on you because I want these guys going from your promotion. Plain and simple.
that's what we do over here, Lowrider. When the fucking odds are against us, we defeat them. I don't know about you.
Okay. If you don't want to talk, if you don't
Anyways,
want to talk, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I don't really know what to say other than I didn't. It was shocking to me too. I wouldn't say
Yeah.
I thought against myself.
Okay. What about the 2019 Not a Rebels commercial? They tried to take me down, but it wasn't enough.
As soon as I heard that shit, I started bawling.
You've had two commercials that you made iconic. Any significance of that to you?
Of course, occasionally, fucking that little snippet right there that you just said plays in my head sometimes, and I even laughed to myself. I'm like, damn, that was crazy. But the fact that it's still around today and everybody remembers it, I don't know, it does something to you.
Yeah, and as it should. And I'm glad it does something to you because I would like to think that everybody was in JTV feels that. Some people don't. Believe it or not, some people don't give a shit. Some people just moved on. This was just like a e-fed for them, a league, and they don't care. They don't think about JTV. Like I try to reconnect with. I don't know if you remember D Johnson from Next Gen. He's a good looking kid. Uh, I tried to connect with him some years ago when we was doing anniversary shows, and He didn't give a fuck. And we're friends on Facebook, but he did not care. There was no effort. I tag him because you probably remember a couple of years ago, we did an anniversary and we made posters of everybody, even of you. We made like 2, 3 posters of you and Hudson and everybody when we was paying tribute and shit. And I made one of D Johnson and whatnot, and he didn't care. He did not care. And by the way, you remember Slade? Remember him from Next Gen?
That dude was whack.
We tried to get him to come back in 2020, but something weird happened. Something very weird happened. When we was going up against you guys and we did the Vendetta thing, he was supposed to come back at that pay per view. Long story short, and we had a video call, me, him, Corey, and Shendon. When we was on the video call, he was just like doing weird shit, like he was going off camera and like moving his shoulder and stuff like that. And we found out something about him, his sexuality, that it's okay. I mean, I don't give a shit about it. You know what I
Oh,
mean? Yeah, I
news
don't
to
give a shit.
me.
I
Don't
don't give
even
a
need
sh-
to tell me.
yeah, I don't give a shit about it. I don't care. I love everybody, but when he was going off camera, it just got kind of weird. So I told Corey, hey man, turn your camera off and stuff like that. And we got out of there. And we negotiated for him to appear and come back because it's the next gen pay-per-view Vendetta. This is the second one, and Shendon's putting it together. So we're trying to call people. So he just deletes me out of nowhere. Doesn't say nothing, doesn't say why, just deleted me. And when I reached out, I'm like, okay, so why did you delete me this time? Never got back to me, haven't talked ever since. I had no problem with it. Zero. Zero. I didn't like that he did that, but I have no problem with him at all. So, I think that he tarnished his legacy by doing it like that. But I mean, it is what it is. Uh,
All right.
so
I'm might have to end this real soon. I gotta take a fat one.
I got 4 more things that I can quickly ask you about, and then we'll close out. All right. So,
It's urgent.
all right. Well, just real quickly, I mean, let me just put out a milestone. June 1st, 2019, JTV Mega Rush 114. He defended the World Heavyweight Championship against Trey Jeter, and he whooped his fucking ass. And that was DRASCAL's official main roster call up as World Heavyweight Champion. Nobody's ever done that, I don't
I
think.
enjoyed
So
every moment of it.
I believe you. August 17, 2019, Night of Rebels. DRASCAL goes over on Amazing for the title. I mean, it was SYM's creative idea. You know what I'm saying? DRASCAL had nothing to do with that. Very great. But he did say he liked working with him earlier. Um, and then I have a side note. It says he faced Chris and Phantom on Mega Rush 118 and 119. Remember the Phantom? Live.
Yeah, I felt like I got my ass whooped in that match too.
You did. You was trashed like a motherfucker. So yeah, so that was good, and I like you working with Chris on TV, by the way. So shout out to him as a wrestler. And then we already talked about Showdown. So all my questions are already answered. We're getting ready to close this thing out. Um, I'm gonna take this time just so Drasko would take his break. I want to thank you for being a guest on the show.
I'm
Uh,
gonna end it. I'm gonna end it with one thing.
yeah.
Uh, before I go take the fat dragon out. Uh, God damn, I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. Anyways,
You got Mark laughing.
I live to bury ego, so if Lowrider wants to talk shit, we can run it.
Man said your title range was cringe. You better be careful before he follow you into the bathroom. I'm gonna feed you a muffin while he
Just
sits
like I
on your
said
lap.
earlier, I come when you least expect it. So I'll
Mm-mm-mm.
leave it at that.
All right. Well, thank you for being a guest on the show. We'd love to have you in a future episode. Glad I was able to chop it up with you. God bless you and your family, man. That's all love. We're
Thanks for
getting there
having
step by
me. Too.
step with that love word. We're getting there, but it's been great having you. All right. Take care of
Hopefully, I
yourself.
answered everybody's questions to their intent.
You know what I mean? We got Shannon throwing up the arm. It's positivity, man. It's all positivity. So take your break, relax, enjoy your weekend, enjoy your family. We'll be
All
in
right,
touch. Okay.
y'all have a good one.
All right. Bye bye now. And as he steps out, I'm going to close this show out. I want to take this time to thank every single person who tuned into this event. I was hoping a lot of you would show up. I enjoyed it. I think it was. I feel really good right now. I think this was very positive. I thought it was going to go a lot worse, but Draskell handled everything like a man, which is so much that I can say for certain individuals who should be here on this episode and on this show and to come and talk to me and not even have to be on the show, just to call me and contact me. You know what I mean? So if SYM wants to call me and contact me after this, I'm open to talking with you, but you got to text me because I don't have your number anymore. I'm putting that out there. I don't want to speak to you, but if you want to speak to me, I think you should probably do that. I think it's about fucking time that you did that, man. Man. Uh, but if you do, I'm gonna be honest about a lot of things, and that's that. Okay, it's different with Drascal. The rest of you guys, I don't want to talk to you. You had the opportunity to talk to me, do the right thing. I think if you want to do the right thing, I think it would be positive if Wolf wanted to be a man and Chris wanted to be a man once and for all for the first time in his fucking life. You know, I'd be glad to talk with you. You know, but the way you guys handle things was childish. It was just terrible. But once upon a time, everybody was young. Life goes on. It just is what it is. Get things right. Love your friends. Love your family. Make peace with the right people. Enjoy time because time is short for a human life. You know what I mean? So try to cherish things. You know what I mean? I'm sad that my brother and my mom's not around anymore. I got to live with it every day. A lot of you listening to this right now, you have to live with somebody you lost every day. You got to live with that. I had something special with a lot of these kids that I love. Jason Hudson, if you're listening, I want to talk to you. We should talk. It's time. We talked that last time. I want to talk again this time. I want to talk in depth this time. But it has to just be me and you. I see that now. It should have been me and you, so I messed that up. That was on me. I thought that the right thing was to do was to bring Arian Low in the room. That way, nobody's hiding. Nobody's like, I'm not hiding anything. You know what I mean? But I think that it's about fucking time. Me and Draskell got it right here today. Me and Low Rider are good. I have no problem with Low Rider. We straight. I don't feel anything anymore. I'm going through things physically, but uh, same with Ari. You know what I mean? So it's about fucking time. Me and Nick's got it right. Me and Marcus and Mark, we never had no problem. They were just following along. Me and Corey had a problem, but Corey got it together. And Corey said earlier that that's why I was shitting on him like crazy. And I can attest to that. You know what I mean? So it's been an interesting day. A lot of things we got to talk about and chop it up. The future will tell because now the power is not in the hands of any prisoners of war, my friends. The power is within you. You guys are the ones that are going to decide if Draskell, maybe one day he will come back. You're going to decide that. I'm going to rely on what you guys thought of today, how honest he was, and do you think he deserves another shot? Do you think he's made peace to where he's ready to move on? And you're ready to move on like I've moved on today. So I think that's an important thing that we start letting go of the past. Uh, I'm going to take my time with it, no doubt about it. Oh, there's a guy right now walking that look like Funk Man. God bless Funk Man. I miss that dude. Uh, at Funky Time. So that just and Funkman is another guy that Draskell worked with in the old next gen, but just try to get shit right with your people. You got to try to keep it together. You know what I mean? I'm all for making peace. Life is short, but making peace with the right people for the right reasons. You know, I'm open to talk to SYM. I'm open to talk to Wolf and Chris, but I don't want to talk to them. But I'm open to doing it if they're going to come and talk to me and tell me why the fuck they did what they did and what justifies it. Draskell came on here and was completely honest about everything that he said. There's things he forgot, there's things I forgot, but we was able to clear it out. That's how you do things. This is how you handle things. So I'm very happy and very proud that today was a success and this went how it went. And tomorrow there's going to be a poll coming out on the JTV Facebook, possibly on this channel as well, so people could be able to give their thoughts on it. I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to voice your opinion on what you listened to today and to tell me what you think. And we'll see where we go from there. In the meantime, I want to thank every single person once again that participate in this. Excuse me. Smash that like button. Please leave some comments because I would love to read comments. You guys don't comment enough. Please leave comments and subscribe if you haven't. And we will see you next time on episode 23 of the City of Impact, in which I'm going to attempt to bring back Ari to this show. She didn't get a chance to be on the last one. And that guy that's in the comment section, if you got the connection, hit me up on Facebook, man, Kevin Impact. And we'll see. I think that's Rob. I think that's Ricky, I think that's Ricky. If that's you, Ricky, let me know. I'll be happy to have you, whoever that is. But we're going to close out right here. Thank y'all for tuning in. We're saying good fight, good night. See you later.